자, 오늘 할 게임은 더 스탠리 패러블 울트라 디럭스 버전입니다. 한번 해보도록 할게요. 제 옛날 기억으로는
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
저 아저씨가 엄청 아부리 터는 게임이다.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building
427번.
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on
키보드
the keyboard.
버튼을 누르는 거다.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to
누르기만 하면
push
된다.
them, and in what order. This is what employee 427
매년
did
했던 일이
every
3초 동안
day,
눌러라, 뭐 눌러라.
every month of every year.
나 처음 하는 것 같아
And
진짜.
although
기억이 하나도 안
others
나네.
might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
즐겼대.
Though he had been made
427번.
for this job.
개꿀이라고? 하루 종일 저렇게 하면 힘들 것 같은데. 행복했으면 됐어.
And then one day something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single
모니터에서 지시가
order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
지시가 안 내려왔어.
Shocked, frozen
잘렸네.
solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
움직이는 거구나 이렇게. 자, 그러니까 이제 정리해보면 나는 이 회사에서 시키는 대로 버튼만 누르는 일을 계속 해왔는데 갑자기 나한테 명령이 안 내려왔어. 난 이 일이 행복했는데 왜 그런 건지 알아봐야 되는 것이다. 알아보도록 하겠습니다. 잠깐만요. 자막을 좀 더 키울 수 있나 볼게요. 여러분들 자막 더 크면 좋잖아, 그치? 그건 없나 보네. 있다. 더 크게, 매우 크게. 잘리진 않겠지? 매우 크게. 크면 좋아. 이게 왜냐면 글씨가 많이 나오는 게임이라. 옆 사무실 애들도 이런 일을 하는 애들인가 보네. 이게 뭐 사실상 2편이라고 하는데 1편도 기억이 잘 안 납니다. 내가 아프리카 때 한 거라 한 6년? 6년, 7년 됐을 것
All of
같은데.
his co-workers were gone.
동료들이
What
하나도
could it
없네요.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
회의실로 가기로
simply
했습니다.
missed a
어쩌면
memo.
몇 번 못 봤을 수도 있죠. 저 쓰글 여성의 말을 따라야 되는 건가? 시킨 대로 해. 그게 편해. 회의실이 어딘데 근데? 426호, 425호. 어디야 회의실이? 사무실이 왜 이렇게 복잡하게 생겼어? 어디지?
When Stanley came to a set of two open
왼쪽 문으로
doors,
들어갔다고?
he entered the door on his left.
그래, 왼쪽 문으로 들어가자. 라고 할 줄 알았냐? 잘 봐. 이 녀석의 본색을 드러나게 해줄 테니까 오른쪽으로 가볼게요.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
그래, 사원 휴게실. 휴게하고 싶어. 뭐야, 저 켜져 있는 애도 있네. 그래, 맞춰서 해주겠다 이거지? 알았어. 휴게실.
Yes,
와,
truly
뭐야,
a
여기도
room
한글화 돼
worth
있어.
admiring.
유저
It had
한글화인데.
really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here,
좋다,
drinking it all
휴게실.
in.
그쵸? 이게 되게 공간의 낭비 같지만 이런 인테리어적인 그런 게 되게 중요한 것 같아. 휴게실에 뭔가 쉬는 듯한 느낌을 주잖아, 그쵸?
Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though
뒷고기
all
시작하죠?
your co-workers have mysteriously vanished,
좋은데
here
왜?
you sit looking at
네,
these chairs
좋아요.
and some
나
paintings.
너무 좋아. 사람 없으니까 더
Really
좋아.
worth it.
같이 있어. 아니, 동료가 사라지든 말든 뭐 할 거야, 뭐. 나랑 무슨 상관 있나?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on
이
creepy
시점에 스탠리의
and
이방에 대한
affected poorly
뭐?
on his overall
내 인격이
personality.
형편없다고?
It's possible that this is why
뭐 내가
everyone
휴게실에 좀
left.
오래 있었다고 애들이 떠났다고? 이거 좀 비하기 심하네. 아이씨, 알았어,
But
갈게.
at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to
왼쪽에
business.
있는 문은 첫 번째 문으로 들어갔다고? 뭐 안 들어가면 어떡할 건데? 나 여기로 가면 어떡할 건데?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
잘리지 않은 정도로 신기하다고? 연속 봐라. 난 근데 이런 일 했으면 잘렸을 거긴 해. 못해 이런 일. 뭐야 화물 순간기 이렇게 가도 되는 건가 근데? 가도 되는 건가?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
저기 아니라고? 아 그래요?
I realize that investing in your
아니
trust in
마음대로
someone
시키고
else can be
그러시길래.
difficult, but the fact is that the
아 제가
story
주인공
has
맞아요.
been about nothing but you
오케이.
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every
오케이.
decision
아
by
그 결정은
yourself.
내가 해야 되는 거 아닌가?
I'm not asking for me.
그녀?
I'm asking for
그녀
her.
누구야? 뭐 여자친구? 와이프 있나?
This is it, Stanley.
알았어.
Your chance to redeem yourself.
만회해볼게.
To
어디가?
put your work aside.
그녀를 되찾아라고.
To let her back into your life.
그녀는 못 참지.
She's been waiting.
아 그래? 나를 기다리는 여자가 있어? 그럼 말 따라야지. 어디 있는데? 어디야? 뭐야 왜 어두워?
That's her, Stanley.
그녀야?
You need to be the one to do this.
전화
To
받아야 돼?
reach out to her. If you can truly place your
전화를
faith
받으라고?
in another,
안 받으면
then
화날 것
pick up
같은데.
the phone.
지금 빌고 있어 목소리가. 하야씨 한번 받아줄게. 뭐야?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
아씨.
Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
나
Come
결혼했는데.
inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
그래 시킨 대로 하자. 와이프
This
같은
is
거
a very
없대.
sad story about the death of a man named
죽음?
Stanley.
좋은 아침입니다. 키보드에서 P를 눌러라. 죽음에 대한 얘기하고 P.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the
아, 맞다.
inconsequential
누르는
nature
하고
of
있었지.
his existence.
Z를 눌러라. Z.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly
또
what he's
슬슬
told
열받게
to
하네,
do.
또.
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
O를 눌러라. O.
But in his mind, in his mind, he can go on fantastic
그는 생각
adventures.
속에서 굉장한
From
모험을
behind
떠날
his
수 있다.
desk, Stanley dreamed of
책상
wild
앞에서의
expeditions
리지의
into the
강장하고 거친 여정.
unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that
망상을
none
많이
of
했다.
it would ever happen to him.
TV를 보려면 H를 눌러라. 안 눌러. Q 누를 거야. Q. 아씨 안 눌러지네. H.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the
상상했다고?
face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
TV가 어디 가는 거지? 아이들과 시간을 보내려면 M을 눌러라. M?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
막아놨어. 저녁을 차리려면 R을 눌러라. 아 꺼지라고. 그만해. 이씨 R.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many
뭐가 자꾸
possible
바뀌네.
paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
아이씨, 갇혔네.
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
스탠리 패러블. 아이들에게 이야기 들려주면 X.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this
상상
free.
속에서 다
Surely
했네.
there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
아내에게 사랑한다고 말하려면 C를 눌러라. 그런 건가? 내가 초반에 말을 좀 안 들었다고 지금 여기 가둬놓고 계속 이렇게 하는 건가? 미안합니다. 아저씨 죄송해요. 시킨 대로 할게요.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly
매치
be?
책상.
In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same
똑같은
buttons he
버튼을 누르는
always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
수면에 취하려면 U.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself.
여기 머무를수록
But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks
다음번에
you
화면이
to push
버튼
a
누르라고 하면
button,
누르지 마라.
do not do it.
아 출근을 하지 말라고. 아 너 누르지 말랬어 아저씨가. 아저씨가 말하는 것도 시킨 대로 하는 거 아님? 그럼 누르자고. 또 나 이거 가둬놓고 고문시키면 어떡해. 나가지도 못하고 답답하게 하라는 거야 말라는 거야 이거. 아씨 그냥 누를게. T.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
어떠한 질문도 하지 않은 P를 눌러라. 탈출 없나 탈출? P.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him.
한 번 더
I'm
시도해본다고?
compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see.
알아차린다고?
Maybe this time. And I tried again.
죽으세요.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
안 눌렀는데. 뭐야? 엔딩 본 거야? 죽은 거야 나? 나 배드 엔딩 본 거야? 왜 배드 엔딩 본 거야? 시킨 대로 했잖아. 시킨 대로 안 해가지고 시킨 대로 해서 시킨 대로 했는데 왜 배드 엔딩 본 거야?
All of his co-workers were gone.
일단
What
시킨
could
대로
it
합시다
mean?
이제. 까보지
Stanley
말고.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
시킨 대로 해. 왼쪽.
When Stanley came to a set of two
시킨
open
데다 또 죽는
doors,
거 아니야?
he entered the door on his left.
무서워. 회의실이다 회의실.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
해고
Feeling a
당하지
wave
않는
of
꿀팁.
disbelief, Stanley
말 적게
decided to
하기.
go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an
믿을
answer
수 없을
there.
만큼 일 잘해내기. 동료의 분쟁 해결하는 방법. 속으로 욕하고 다니기. 자신을 돕지 않는 동료를 원망하기. 뭐야 이거. 슬라이드로 모두 순조롭다는 것을 직원에게 확신시켜라. 텍스트 입체 효과. 가자. 청소 도감. 뭐야 이건?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
저 녀석도 나 가둔 다음에 나 죽일까봐
Coming to a
시킨 대로 할 수밖에
staircase,
없네.
Stanley walked
그래,
upstairs to his
사장실로 가는
boss's
계단으로
office.
가자. 이렇게 쫄아야 되는 게 맞아? 사장실 어디 있어? 사장님 어디 있어? 여기 있나? 사장님 회의실에 있나? 뭐야? 아침에도 돈, 저녁에도 돈, 아침 식사만으로도 돈, 바삭한 돈. 돈만 밝히는 건 사장인가 보네. 사장님?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
사장도
indication of
없어.
any human
다들 어디
life.
간 거야?
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk
책상 뒤에 있는
guarded the
번호판이
terrible truth that his boss had
끔찍한
been
사실.
keeping from him.
뭐야?
And so the
번호판이 있네.
boss had assigned it an extra
비밀번호가
secret
있다고?
pin number, 2845.
28.
But of course,
4, 5.
Stanley couldn't possibly. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input
운
the
좋게도
correct
정확한 코드를
code
입력해버렸대.
by sheer luck.
얘 말만 듣자. 얘 말만 들리면
He stepped into
뭐라도
the newly
되겠구만.
opened passageway.
새로 생긴 길로 따라갔다고. 왜 이렇게 어두워 안 보여? 저쪽에 열린 건가? 왜 이렇게 말 잘 듣냐고? 아까 한번 반항했더니 이상한 데 가둔 다음에 나 죽여버리던데? 뭔지도 모른
Descending
채로.
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
일단 상황을 봅시다. 녀석이 말하는 거 들어보고
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
정신
Control
지배기관
Facility.
마인드 컨트롤. 뭐 하는데 여기는? 뭐야 이건?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
마인드? 이건 뭐야? CCTV?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their
아,
true nature revealed.
뭐야?
Each bore the number of an employee in the
직원들
building,
감시하는
Stanley's
CCTV였어.
co-workers.
내가
The lives of so
427번이었나?
many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this
영원히
place
감시되고
where
있었어. 야,
freedom
내 번호
meant nothing.
427. 저거 아니야? 저기? 저기. 저 내 자리다. 저기 내 자리. 왜 내 자리면 이렇게 좀 어두워? 어? 저기 파랗게 되는 이거 해고되는 애도 있네. 뭐하는 회사야 이거?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
일하는 척하면서
Was this the
애들.
only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
나한테 조종했다고?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
뭐야? 완전
Here
기억
was the
초기화라고.
proof. The heart
야,
of the
1탄이랑 아예
operation.
똑같냐 여기까지는?
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy
정신집에서
or
오프라인.
sad or content.
그래?
Walking, eating, working.
왜 하나도 기억이
all
안
of it
나냐?
monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
뭐야 이건? 내가 이거 한지 얼마나 됐지? 몇 년 됐지? 5번. (9년이요) 이 게임이 9년이나 됐어 나온지? 잊을만 하네. 10년이면 강산도 박히는데 9년이나 됐다고? 와 오래됐다잉. 5번 다시 할만해. 그러면 기억도 진짜 하나도 안 나. 저 아저씨가 그냥 엇가고 개 짜증났던 것만 기억나고 기억이 하나도 안 나. 되게 오래됐네. 아마 추가 요소가 굉장히 많을 거야. 아마 한번 해볼게요. 정신지배 비가동 중, 명령어 대기 중.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
끝내는 사명? 꺼버려. 씨. 어떻게 이 사람을 정신지배하려고 그래 이거. 씨. 다들 어디 간 거지? 또 죽어버린 거 아니지?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
승리했다고?
Unshackled himself
기계를
from someone
쓰러뜨렸다고?
else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
불화 같은데.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone?
그러게.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand,
맞아?
but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
맞아?
Whatever life he lives,
녀석
it will be
지 마음대로
his.
얘기하는데 나를?
And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
비밀을 못 알아냈는데 직원들 어디 갔는지 모르는데 자유롭게 떠나는 거야?
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin. The
서늘한
feeling
바람,
of liberation.
자유로운 감촉.
The immense possibility of the
그래
new
그만둬. 저
path
회사가 이상하네
before
저거.
him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
스탠리는 행복했습니다. 해피엔딩이네. 베스트 더 게임. 아씨 왜 또 여기냐고. 이거 그러면 엔딩을 두 개 본 거네? 하나는 그냥 나가서 자유로운 엔딩, 그 다음에 하나는 갇혀가지고 그렇게 되는 엔딩. 그러면 그걸 찾아야 되네. 이 직원들이 다 어디 갔는지, 이게 도대체 무엇인지, 그쵸? 그걸 알아야 되네.
All of his co-workers were gone.
그러면
What could
아까
it mean?
거기서 오늘 눌렀어야 되나?
Stanley decided
그쵸?
to go to the meeting room.
바로 런.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
런이야 런. 맞아, 엔딩 많았던 거.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
왜
he
어디로
entered the
사라졌는지
door on his
알아보도록
left.
하겠습니다. 스피드런 갈게요. 스피드런.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
해고 당하지
Feeling a
않는
wave of
팁
disbelief,
알려드리겠습니다.
Stanley decided to go up to
기대받을
his
승진이나
boss's
기대받을
office,
생각하지 않고
hoping
믿을
he
수
might
없을
find an
만큼
answer there.
힘든 일을 계속 해내기입니다. 그럼 해고 안 당할 수 있습니다, 여러분들은.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
매일
walked
엄청난
upstairs to
일을
his
해내야 돼.
boss's office.
바로 여기까지 간 다음에 여기서
Stepping into his manager's
비밀번호
office,
뭐?
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not
뭐였지,
an
비밀번호?
indication of any human life.
2845?
What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He
잘못
began
쳤어.
wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings. Desperate, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as
스탠리는
possible.
가능한 빨리
He
진행하기
didn't
위해서
even have a
나레이터가
single
대사를
minute
칠
to
다른
just let
일반전처럼
the
활용하지
narrator
않았대.
talk.
시끄럽고 빨리 열어.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
열으라고.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new
뭔
age
노래야,
music.
열어. 괜히 빨리 눌러서 더 오래 걸리네. 이씨. 그래, 이
Feeling
느낌이었어.
soothed and
예.
rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked
갑시다, 이제.
forward into the opened passageway.
진정하라고. 천천히 해. 온 눌러. 온. 이거 잠깐만. 왜 엘리베이터가 없지? 저기 왜 엘리베이터 안 왔어요? 야, 왜 엘리베이터 안 왔어? 응? 뭐? 야맹증? 아니 나 안 보이는데 뭘 내리라는 거야? 응? 뭘 내리라는 거야 뭐? 빨간 버튼이 어딨어? 아까는 아무 생각 없이 그냥 뭐 누른 게 있었는데. 아니 여기 지금 없는 거 아니야? 안에? 2분이면 까먹을만 하다고? 아니 어딘냐고. 떨어지는 거 아니냐고? 그랬나? 이렇게 눌렀다고 내가? 아 맞네. 내가 왜 근데 방금 여기 떨어지는 거라고 생각했지? 정말 나도 무섭다. 소름이다. 나 지금 여기 방금 떨어지는 곳이라고 생각했어. 갑자기 그냥 아무 생각 없이
Stanley
눌렀던
walked
것
straight
같은데.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
이런 게 있었나? 뭐야? 이런 게 있었나요? 없었는데 아까? 아닌가? 난 내 기억을 못 믿겠어. 아까 있었어? 있었다고? 일로 가볼까? 아니면 절로 가서 O를 누를까? 탈출구 너무 수상한데. 오늘 먼저 눌러보자. 오늘 먼저 눌러보고 안 했던 걸 먼저 해보고 그 다음에 그게 아니면
The
탈출구.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
진짜 정신집에
What
당한 거 아니야?
horrible
아니야.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
뭐하는 회사야 근데?
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
수없이
And Stanley,
많은
one of them,
개인의 삶이.
eternally
저
monitored in
에러난
this
애들은
place
뭐냐?
where freedom meant nothing.
그러니까 이 회사에서 계속 끊임없이 반복 노가다, 계속 버튼 시키는 대로 누르는 그런 일을 했었는데 이 회사에서 우리를 감시하고 있었다는 거 아니야. 그리고 갑자기 지금 어느 날 직원들이 다 사라졌어. 그래서 그 이유를 알기 위해서 고군분투하는 스탠리 씨의 이야기다.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this
감시당한다
time?
할 수 있냐? 근데 원래
Was this the
사무실에
only reason
CCTV
he
있지
was
않아?
happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life
없나?
in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
감시당하고 있다. 나는 이게 좀 이렇게 심각하게 안 느껴지지? 나 아르바이트 하는데도 옛날에 아르바이트 할 때도 다 CCTV가 있어가지고 어차피 이렇게 사람 많으면 다 체크 못할 것 같은데.
It was the proof, the heart of the operation.
이거 어떻게 감시해? 저렇게 많은데 누가 감시할 거야 저거? 사장이 뭐
Happy
아무리
or sad
사이코라도
or
저거 다 감시
content,
못할 것 같은데.
walking,
특출나게
eating,
행동만 안
working,
하면.
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past
여기서
began
오늘
to
한번
sink in,
눌러볼게요.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
아까
For
오픈 눌렀더니
he
자유로
would
하셨거든.
dismantle the controls once and for.
온.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
그냥 전신집에 시스템을 켜버렸어.
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls
떠났어야 됐다.
off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
이야기 바꾸려고
I'm afraid you
하면 더
don't have
노력해라.
nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just
긴급
initiated the
자폭장치.
network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to
핵
explode,
기포장치?
eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
2분?
Ah, now this is making things
Ron.
a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star.
어디-
It's your story
어디로
now. Shape it to your heart's
아까 그
desires.
탈출구라고 써있던데
this is
거기로 가면
much
되지 않을까?
better than what I had in mind. What a shame we
야,
have so
여긴 뭐야?
little time left to enjoy it.
여긴가?
Mere moments
I
until
see.
the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about
닫아버리네.
me, where we're going. what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
이거 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 순서 누르면 열리는 건가?
Before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
4번.
I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story.
5번.
Sometimes when
야,
I tell
어디로
it,
나가?
I simply
나갈 데가
let you
없는데.
sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground,
여기 있다, 1번.
swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
1번.
I have to say this though, this version
1번.
of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
뭐 소리가
But I'm
다른데?
sure whatever I come up with on the next
3번
go
어딨어,
around
3번.
will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm
이게
enjoying
5번,
this
저기
so
위에 게
much.
4번. 3번이
You know
없는데.
what?
3번 저기
To
있다.
hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
3번.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
되고 있는 거야,
Time doesn't grow
뭐야.
on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
이게 뭐 있다.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this
4번.
big red button, or this door.
아씨, 어떻게 알았지?
Everything, anything, something here
그래,
will
맞아.
save.
뭔가가 날 살려줄 거야.
How would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be
아씨,
beaten?
나 9년 전에 했다 이거.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
5번. 다 눌렀어. 아이씨, 뭐야.
You're in for quite a disappointment.
아닌가 본데,
But
이거.
here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action
아니라고?
moving along.
뭔데?
It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that
무기력해진 걸
you're
보고 싶다고?
powerless. To see you made humble.
3.
This is not a
3.
challenge. It's a
3.
tragedy.
3이라고 떴어.
You wanted to control
누르라는 거
this
누르라는 거
world.
아니야?
Fine.
3.
But I'm going to destroy it first,
Oh.
so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's
3번.
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No end.
그다음 번호.
Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go
번호 안
peacefully?
뜨는디?
Another choice. Make it count. Or death. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say,
터진다. 폭발 엔딩. 아, 개킹밖에 안 해. 야, 아까 탈출 거긴가 본데. 아씨, 저기
all of his
탈출한 거.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
탈출으로 가보자. 월요일 싫어. 도망갈 수 있는 길을
When
찾아야 돼.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
여기서부터가 잘못된 게
he
아닌가?
entered the
이
door
왼쪽
on his
문부터가?
left.
왼쪽 문부터 잘못된 것 같은데.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer
야, 여기서
there.
밑으로 가면
Coming
어떻게
to a
될까?
staircase, Stanley
굳이
walked
위로 가야 되는
upstairs to
걸까?
his boss's office.
여기서 반항하면 또 거기 독방행에 처할라나? 씨, 가봐. 몰라. 씨. 내 마음대로 할 거야. 씨. 자동차 있어.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was
그래.
crazy.
사장실에 가는 건
And
말이
then
안 돼.
something occurred to Stanley.
비상구.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am
Oh.
crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment
뭐야,
for
반복이잖아.
no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
1, 2 비사?
No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief
꿈이야.
Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
그랬구나.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing
꿈을
buttons.
이런 꿈을
I may
꾼다고?
as well enjoy this while I'm still
저놈을
lucid.
찾아야 돼. 저 말하는 놈
So,
저거.
he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above
뭐야
the
뭐야.
ground.
나 떠오른다.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was
뭐야,
so
매트리스
much
쓰냐고.
fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
그러니까 저 목소리.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
뭐라는 거야 이놈이
And while
이거.
he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's
말 더럽게 많아. 어디 있어 이놈? 이놈 잡어 이거.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been.
어떤 놈이 이상한 해괴망측한 이상한 철학을 내 머릿속에서 강제로 주입하는 느낌이야. 어딨냐고 씨.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control. That this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to
시키는 대로
wake
다 하네 근데.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
이불?
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
꿈을
Let me
끝내겠어.
continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
왜 이렇게 슬퍼 말하는 게. I'm okay. 됐어. 바뀌었나?
Stanley began.
아이씨.
Please, someone
아니.
wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a
안
boss
깨어나잖아.
in the
아저씨
office.
잘못 걸렸네 또. 나 시키는데 안 해서 그러네 또. 내가 내려가서 그러네. 미안합니다.
Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
마리엘라?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and
스탠리야,
screaming to
죽으네?
himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people
미쳐버린
look
거냐고.
like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people
뭘
whose
식구를 안 하고 저 앞에서
impressions
저런
of her
생각을
will affect
한다고?
her career, and by extension,
그래.
the rest of her
나 오늘
life.
중요한 회의 있어.
She had
마리엘라야.
no time
난
for this, so it was
시제를 부를
only a
일따위에
moment
시간을
that she
낭비할
stood
일은
there,
없지. 가자.
staring
난 커리어
down at the
우먼이니까.
body.
가자
And then
마리엘라.
she turned and ran.
마리엘라 패러블 가자. 이거 엔딩이야 이거? 아이씨, 뭐 시키는 거 안 하면은 뭐 이상하게 가둬놓고 고통 주네 이거. 탈출구로 간다. 아니, 뭐 애들 어디로 사라졌는지는 알아내지 못하는 거야? 이것도 원래 있던 엔딩이야? 그래? 나 기억났다. 나 옛날에 무슨 엔딩 봤는지. 자체 엔딩 했던 걸로. 계속 반복됐어. 맞아. 자체 엔딩 냈어. 그래서 자체 엔딩으로 끝냈어. 이게 엔딩이 너무 많아가지고. 근데 만족할 만한 엔딩이 없었던 것 같은데. 이번엔 새로 많이 생겼다고 하니까 한번 찾아봅시다. 아까 탈출구라는 데를 하나 봤거든요 제가.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah blah blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look,
뭐야,
it's a
알아서
new
해주네.
passageway.
고마워요.
Kill surprise.
고마워요. 자주 와가지고 알아서 해주네 이제. 그래 좋네. 땡큐. 단골 서비스. 이게 스킵이 돼야지. 여기 탈출구 있거든. 거기로 탈출하겠습니다.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
여기.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end
뭐?
of this hall, Stanley
잔인한
would
죽음을
meet
맞이할
his
거라는데 내가?
death.
뻥치지마. 이 녀석을 찾아내야 돼. 이 목소리의 주인공이 아마 사장일지도 몰라.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn
아
around
이거
and
또
get back on
시킨다 안
track.
하면 화내는 거 아니야? 돌아가라는디? 아니야 다른 건 다
At
해봤어
this
웬만한
point,
거.
Stanley was making a conscious, concerted
일시적으로
effort
기꺼이
to
자기
walk
죽음을
forward
맞이하러 간다.
and willingly confront his death.
안 죽었어. 계속 떨어졌어. 뭐 하는 데죠?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and
어?
closer to his
앞찾기.
demise, he reflected that his life had been of
뭐야,
no
진짜 죽는 거야?
consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley,
어?
cried the
멈췄어.
narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the
그 동안
enormous
갑자기
metal
여자
jaws.
목소리가?
In a single
그
visceral
짧은 찰나의
instant,
순간
Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in
나
his body,
즉사했다고?
killing him instantly.
뭐야 즉사 안 했는데? 말하는 놈이 죽었다는 건가? 어? 더 스탠리 패러블.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
뭐야 이 누님은? 나레이터의 나레이터?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
플레이어가 적절한 시간에 두 개의 문으로 도달할 수 있도록 만들었습니다. 뭐야 이거? 사무실 레이아웃? 게임이잖아. 개발 과정? 뭐요? 크레딧? 바로 그 내레이터 브라이팅 씨? 뭐냐고 이건. 보수구역 초기 버전. 왜 게임 그걸 알려주는 거냐고. 전쟁터? 개발 초기에 우리는 스탠리가 전쟁터에서 외계인과 싸우게 되는 엔딩을 계획했습니다. 액션 게임이 지각을 갖게 되어 내레이터 전쟁을 벌이게 되는 거죠. 제작을 시작한 지 얼마 지나지 않아 엔딩이 게임의 톤에 비해 너무 장난스럽고 거슬린다는 것을 깨달았습니다. 외계인이랑 싸우는 거? 이건 뭐야? 어떻게 몸매를 유지하냐고? 나레이터의 이메일. 너 게이냐? 이런 이메일이 온다는 건가? 게이. 게이야. 뭐냐고 이거. 스탠리의 사무실. 시간의 지남에 따라 스탠리 사무실이 진화했대. 업데이트 할 때마다 바꿔졌다는 건가? 뭐가 달라졌다는 거지? 아, 어떻게 나가냐고. 아니 뭐 왜 게임 어떻게 만들었는지 왜 알려주냐고. 씨. 카운트다운 방. 자유 엔딩. 게임의 베타 버전에서 존재했던 자유 엔딩이래. 카운트다운 책상.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be
이
free.
누님은 뭔데? 이 누님도 원래 있던 누님이요, 추가된 누님이에요. 이거 온오프는 뭔데 이거? 끄는 건가? 이 누님도 원래 있다고? 그래? 꺼.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press
ESC
quit.
버튼
There's
누른
no
다음에
other
종료하기를
way to
누르래.
beat this game.
그
As
외에는
long as you
게임에 이길
move
방법이
forward,
없대.
you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
죽었나? 죽음? 끄면 지는 거지. 죽었네. 이 제기랄. 어떻게 이기지? 어떻게 이겨?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
다른 걸 찾아봐야겠다. 안 되겠다. 지금 탈출구도 가봤는데 없어. 뭔가 있을 거야. 동료가 어떻게 사라졌는지. 끄고 함부로 하면 이기는 게임. 뭐 없는데 아무것도. You can't jump. 새로운 컨텐츠래. 드디어 울트라 디럭스의 새로운 컨텐츠가 여기 있군요. 오케이.
Oh, new content? What does that mean? New content?
새로운 컨텐츠 보여주세요.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable.
이제 추가 그런
Ultra
게 나오나 봐요.
Deluxe.
저거 원래 거는
As
있었던
you
그런
may know, the
기존이고.
Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and
비평적,
commercial
상업적
success,
성공을
it was
거두고
expanded upon in
돈 받은 거 봐.
2022 with the Stanley Parable
디럭스로
Ultra
확장이
Deluxe,
되어서
a reimagining of the game for consoles
재출시.
and home computers.
그랬구만. 스토리가 나오는구만 여태까지.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features
전 세계
exciting new
대중들에게
content
즐거움을
that
준다.
broadens and expands the world
콘텐츠
of the
주사.
Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world
더
over.
많은 콘텐츠 주사 맞았네요.
Please step inside and see what thrilling new
어떤
adventures
새로운
await
콘텐츠가
in
있는지
The Stanley Parable
살펴보래.
Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
이거 한글화는 공식 한글화가 아니고 한글화 팀에서 해준 거예요. 유저 한글화 팀에서 해준 거예요. 되게 자연스럽게
So far, it's
잘했죠.
an elevator.
감사합니다.
Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
뭐가 새로 나오나? 아까 1탄에서 나왔던 것 뭐야
Is
이거?
it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's
드디어
on to
인지야
the
새로운
new
컨텐츠
content.
넘어간대.
I've
와,
never
해보지.
been more ready. Let's
전혀
do
뭐가
it.
없을 것 같다. 또 나 약 올릴 것 같다. 새로운 콘텐츠 강조하는 거 보니까 씨.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
새로운 콘텐츠. 어? 새로운
Alright.
콘텐츠. 점프
All
가능한
right,
원?
let's see it's
오
the
뭐야?
jump circle.
진짜네. 뭐야? 근데 왜 점프 개수가 있죠? 이게 새로운 콘텐츠? 아 원래 점프 안 되는 게임이었는데 되는 거니까 획기적이지. 개수 제한 왜 있는 거야? 돈 주고 더 사야 되는 건가? 한번 다 써볼게. 원에서만 점프가 돼. 다 썼어. 이게 다야? 뭐야? 더 주거나 뭐 말을 안 하지? 오케이 첫 번째 컨텐츠 울트라디럭스 첫 번째 컨텐츠.
Is that it?
네 느꼈고요.
Surely that's not all
또
the
있어,
new
또 있어.
content. There has to be something else, right?
이씨 또 엘리베이터 타야 돼?
Goodness, another elevator.
또 있겠지.
Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
20시간짜리.
Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good.
1000시간을 못 참지.
I knew there had to be something
자,
else.
또 뭐가 있나
Let's see
볼까?
it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
새로운 콘텐츠를 플레이해 주셔서 감사합니다.
That's it? No, you've got to be kidding me. You
아니,
see, Stanley?
점프밖에 없다고.
This is what happens when greedy video game
탐욕스러운 비디오
developers
게임
with no
개발자들이
respect for their
존중하지
fan
않았을 때
base rush a
벌어지니.
cheap expansion to market for no
이렇게
reason
말하면서 너도
other
지금
than to
그러고
make
있잖아,
an
지금.
easy
너도
job.
별거
And
없어,
don't
지금.
get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In
너도
fact,
지금 말하면서
I'm
별거
looking
없어.
right now at the
울트라디럭스
game's
별거 없어.
achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content.
트위터에서 찾아내서.
It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley
뭐라고?
Parable
아이씨.
is really about.
장난치지 말고.
No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time
옛날로
together like
돌아가재.
always.
울트라
What do you
디럭스
say,
내놔 임마.
friend?
어? 설마 이런 씨. 근데 좀 다른데? 좀 달라졌어 밖에가. 그치? 다른 곳이야. 이게 바로 울트라 디럭스? 역시 있을 줄 알았다고 믿고 있었다고.
Stanley,
뭐야 이거?
come over here.
안
In the vent. I want to show you something.
뭔데?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
숨겨놨다고?
Just our little secret. Take a look.
이게 뭐야?
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my
추억의 공간?
favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
PC? 추억의 공간.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched?
2013년.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
월간 실내? 2014년 게임상도 타고. 뭐야? 좋았던 한때. 그래서 본인이 본인들을 디스해. 오리지널 리메이크. 우리의 첫 개스, 첫 번째 자가용. 2013년에 발매된 더 스탠리 패러블. 아, 2013년에 첫 개스도 했어? 자가용도? 좋았던 것들만 모아놨다 그랬지? 과거를 회상하는 추억여행. 스탠리 패러블 데모. 달성 불가능. 이 도전 과제는 달성 불가능합니다. 뭐야 저거는? 저런 것도 있어? 밖으로 나가기. 5년 동안 플레이하지 마십시오. 뭐야 이거. 영국 영화 텔레비전 예술 아카데미 혁신 부분. 진짜 상 탄 거지 이거. 새로운 비디오 게임 오늘 발매되다. 2010년 뉴욕 타임스. 이건 아닌 거? 이 정도까지야? 뉴욕 타임스의 메인에 그 정도는 아니었던 것 같은데. 그때 굉장히 이슈가 있었긴 했는데. 그 사진이다. 저건 저 정도까지는 아니었던 것 같아. 뭐냐 여기는? 우물이야?
And over here is where I keep reviews of
올해
the
모드.
Stanley
여기다
Parable.
리뷰를
Like
모아놨다네.
this stunning triumph of
10점
games
만점
journalism.
10점.
10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of
예수.
art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game
게임
ever
하지 말라는데?
created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now.
껍데기부터다.
A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
그땐 좋았지. 오래 있네. 뭔가 자기 비판적으로
Here's
이렇게
another
하면서
moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
게임스팟닷컴.
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you
살아있음을
get it,
느끼게
Stanley?
한다.
The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
이거 닫아놨어?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
추억의 공간에
What's this? What's down here?
어두침침한 부분이 있어.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game
아,
distributor.
아까 게임
I
기자들
haven't looked
평가고
at these in years.
스팀 평가는 안
I
봤다.
can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
스팀 평가 여기 왜 이렇게
Surely these
부정적이야
reviews were
여기?
glowing as well, weren't they?
어? 스팀 왜 이래 그 분위기가? 아 비추천 있다. 비추천.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play
이
this game
게임을
to
끝까지
full
플레이하기가 너무
completion. The
귀찮았다.
narrator is
나레이터는 굉장히
obnoxious and
불쾌하고 재미가 없다.
unfunny, with his
웃기지도
humor
않고
and
짜증만
dialogue
난다.
proving to be more
엔딩
irritating
자체가
than
재미도 없고
entertaining.
엔딩마다 별로 없으며
Funny.
지루한 헛소리
I'm
듣고
trying to
있어야
be
된다.
funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art.
전 웃기려고 하는
I
게
suppose
아니라
I could
예술
write up
작품.
a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the
심오한
room to
철학적 통찰. 왜 더 보지? 어? 왜 평가 더 보지 왜? 아 저 유저 평가가 더 정확하지. 뭐 기자들이랑 또 다르다고. 웹진 기자들은 좀 더 전문적으로 보는 사람들이고. 유저 평가를 보자고. 여기 하나 있네. 이거 뭐야? 왜 거꾸로 해놨어? 여기 하나 있다.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea of the
아이디어는
game is
좋았지만
good,
복수 결과가 패러디 요소가
for
있음에도
someone who prefers
단조롭고 지루해지.
non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy?
설교는 짜증나게 한다.
Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can.
일직선을
Of
계속해서
course.
끝나버린다.
This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
간결하다고
You
대사가?
can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it. Well, I always thought it.
스팀 아이디 박제 아니야 이거? 진짜 있는 유저인가요?
Yeah. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
어느 순간 개발자가 돼버렸네. 저 말하는 애가. 그치? 저기 있다 또. 왜 근데 빨간 거밖에 없어.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything
잘난 체하는
so the
목소리가
narrator
중얼거리는
can
것을
catch up with his long-winded
그닥 즐겁지 않는다.
explanations of what's happening.
스킵 버튼이
I
있으면
wish there
좋겠다.
was a skip
근데
button.
9.8시간이나 했네. 많이 한
A
거야
skip
저거.
button. Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive
뭐야.
reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
스킵 버튼이다.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to
앞쪽으로
bore you
보내준다고?
with just...
스킵 봐버렸어.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue for...
눌러. 시끄러 임마.
Well, there's sport. You really did catch me
괜찮은데
rambling
스킵
on
버튼
a bit,
추가
didn't
좀요.
you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption...
시끄러 임마.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer.
스킵이 더
That last
길어지고
one
있다.
was, well, I want to say maybe 30,
30분이나
45
지났어?
minutes.
많이 더럽게만 내야 다른 걸로 넘어가자.
Stanley, please don't push the
12시간.
button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been
12시간
frozen
동안
there.
말한 거야?
I don't know why the skips are getting longer,
시간.
but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every
문이
angle. I've
사라졌대.
checked every one of those walls.
시끄러. 또 싸잘데기 없는 얘기하고
Oh,
있어.
Stanley, you're back.
네,
You're
얼마나
back.
지났어?
Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
일주일 동안 있었다고. 버튼이 나오면 바로.
I've been sitting here all
누를까
that
말까.
time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with.
시끄러. 저기 이거 아까 시켰는데 안 했다가 내가 방에 가둬? 감히?
Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think
얼마나
about you
지난
and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track.
1년도
after a
넘었어?
year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with,
아유
there is
진짜 얘는 1년 지나도 말이 이렇게 많냐. 이제 말 안 하네. 속 시원해. 이제 닥치고 있네. 어? 야! 있냐? 어디 가서 죽은 건가? 에! 어딨어? 왜 한마디도 없어? 형 스킵한다 간다? 아니 말을 안 해. 삐졌나? 삐졌냐? 삐졌어. 죽은 건가? 무슨 소리야? 어디 갔지 이놈?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to
참았죠?
speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a
뭐
pathetic
얘기하는 거야,
little
근데, 혼자서?
thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he went
닥쳐
shut.
조용히 해. 조용하네. 벽 뒤로 한번 들어가 보자고. 뭐 있나? 뭐 사다리밖에 없는데.
The end is never the end is never the end is
오케이.
never the end is never the
드디어
end
좀
is
정신이
never
나갔나?
the end is never the end is never the end is never the
물이 막
end
떨어져.
is never the end is never the
미쳐버린
end
건가?
is never the end is
복수다.
never the end is never the end is never the end.
야, 하루라도 입을 쉴 수가 없나 봐. 내가 깝깝한가 봐. 계속 말해야 되는 병이 있나 봐. 물이 점점 더 많이 떨어지는 것 같기도 하고. 이거 뭐 새고 있는 거 아니야? 어? 봐봐, 물 계속 떨어지더니 부셔졌어. 뭐가 가라앉고 있는데? 좀만 지나면은 나갈 길 생기겠다, 그쵸? 오케이, 됐어. 좀만 보내면 돼. 조금만 더 하면은 나갈 길이 생기겠어. 근데 시간이 얼마나 간 거야? 그러니까 이 버튼 보면은 무슨 5억 년 버튼 이런 거 생각나네. 시간 연락 지난 거 아니야? 뭐야? 올라가자고. 뭐야? 얼마나 지나는 거야? 응? 풀떼기 또 어디 갔어? 다시 또 어두워졌네. 풀떼기 다 사라지고. 뭐지? 망해버린 거, 지구 망해버린 거 아니야? 무슨 우주 괴물 소리 같은 게 나네. 아, 열렸다. 오케이, 뒤에 열렸어. 헉! 다 망해버렸다. 씨. 인류 초기화 됐어. 너무 시간 지나가 버렸어. 어떡하지? 망해버렸는데? 버튼 눌리나 이거? 버튼 안 눌려 이제. 이게 다야. 큰일 났어. 어? 아이씨 뭐야? 다시 돌아왔어. 이게 뭐야? 그냥 나는 끝을 봤어. 죽어. 얘 말이 없지 근데? 야, 죽었냐? 너
All
이거
of his co-workers
아닌데?
were gone.
살아있는데?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
뭐야?
simply missed a memo.
아까 말 안 하고 죽은 건가 그러면? 다른 사람은 못 찾나? 아까 그 엔딩을 따로 본 거야. 그러니까 그치? 새로운 추가 엔딩. 저게 새로 나온 건가요? 근데 이제 그 방이 없네. 아까 여기 열면은 여기 바로 여기 있던데. 이 방 새로운 컨텐츠 방 그거 어디감? 새로운 컨텐츠 방 어디감? 뭐 엔딩이 많이 추가됐겠죠. 원래도 많은데. 여기. 원래 이런 네온 사인 같은 게 있었나?
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
뉴 컨텐츠? 똑같은데요? 또 점프는 아니지?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that
스킵 버튼 어디 갔어?
legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
2? 아까랑 다르네. 아깐 추억의 무식은 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience
투자자
built from the
쇼케이스.
ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
후속작을 맛보세요. 새롭고 맛있는.
Calling it the Stanley
아니,
Parable
오버워치
2
2가 왜 나와?
is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
울트라 디럭스는
Ultra
확실히
Deluxe? What
좀
does it
투
even
같지 않고
mean?
확장팩이지.
But the
그쵸?
Stanley Parable 2,
투가 좀 있어
now
보이긴 해.
that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
돌이 되어버린 날 잊은 건 같은 너의 모습에 하나일 때보다 난 외롭고 허전해. 뭐야 이거? 돌이 아니고 둘이잖아. 이거 그 노래 아니야? 그거 1과 2분의 1 이게 왜 여기 있어? 이게 왜 여기서 나와? 둘이 되어버린 것 날 잊은 것 같은 너의 모습에 난 하나일 때보다 난 외롭고 허전해. 네가 가져간 나의 반쪽 때문인가. 그래서 넌 맞는데? 멈추라고? 아 노래인지 아닌지 확인 좀 해봤어요. 아씨 되게 뭐라 하네. 더 많은 스탠리 패러블, 더 좋은 스탠리 패러블. 윈 플러스 윈. 원이랑 투랑 서로 윈인 전략이라는 건가? 새로운 컨텐츠는 빼고 새로운 컨텐츠 파트 2를 추가. 지루한 차트 조각. 이게 뭐야? 그들이 돌아왔다. 두 개의 문. 이게 유저 한글 패치라니. 와 이게 장난 아니네요 이거. 로고 아이디어. 번역을 공식보다
Now,
더
to be
잘했어.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific.
재밌는 거 뭐 들으면
or
게임이
logical.
알아서 나와. 씨. 게임은 과학이 아니다. 중요한 투자자 여러분, 이쪽이 무대입니다. 새로운 컨텐츠. 뭐야, 버스야?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new
새로운
features.
기능들. 독점, 게임을 플레이하는 플레이의 이름을 말하는 버튼. 새로운 것, 당신의 멋진 이름을 게임에서 들으세요. 그러고 보니까 내 닉네임을 정해서 들을 수가 없대. 어떻게 들어? 그냥 그런 게 있다는 건가? 멋진 이름을 들어라. 스크린샷 금지. 완벽히 새로운 사무실. 레드 이즈 더 뉴 오렌지. 새로운 업데이트된 레이트레이싱된 더 많은 같지만 다른 좋은 느낌의 후속작에 뭐라는 거야. 스크린샷 한번 눌러보자고. 그 아기가 성인이 되다. 맞아, 애기도 나왔던 것 같은데. 스크린샷 해도 되는데? 공짜로 새롭고 쉬운 도전까지 얻기. 안심을 주는 양동이. 상품. 또 한 번 끝은 절대로 끝나지 않는다. 이 티셔츠 말로 새로운 컨텐츠다. 새로운 컨텐츠를 보았다. 뭐야. 말만 하고 뭐 있는 게 없어.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet
뭐야,
decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th
언젠가 잘 될 거야.
Which would
12살
you
생일
go with?
축하한다. 어느 쪽이 좋냐고? 조카 녀석아? 아씨, 나 뒤로 가야 된다. 위에도 못 봤는데. 생일 축하한다.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
뭐야? 지 마음대로잖아, 씨. 어?
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
새롭고 쉬운 도전과제 얻기. 여기서 받아가세요. 공짜 도전과제. 레버를 당기세요. 그냥 바로 달성돼요. 이 도전과제에 미친 사람들 되게 많거든요. 이거 도전과제 달성하려고 재미도 없는 게임을 하시는 그런 수집가들이 있어. 그것을 노리는 컨텐츠인가?
Now here's something special. You remember
저는
that
도전과제 별로
broken
안 좋아해요.
test achievement that got left in
업적.
the game on accident? Well, I'm
MMORPG 같은
developing
거 할 때도
technology
업적
to
같은 거
simply
좋아하시는 분들
give you
있잖아.
the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is
아씨, 뭐야?
technology that
안 됐어,
will
아직?
exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
도전과제 씨. 이게 스팀에는 그걸 잘 이용해 놓고 도전과제 같은 거 달성하고 그러면은 경험치도 있고 그런 게 있어가지고 괜찮은 점이 있죠. 다른
What
플랫폼에는
else?
없는.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
이건 뭐야? 찾을 수 있을까요? 뭘 찾아? 콜렉트. 새로운 콘텐츠 찾으라는 건가? 저기 지금 들어가는 방이 있는데 저희가 끝날 것 같거든? 끝없는 구멍. 이건 뭐야? 엑스포. 점프 가능한 원. 나 저거 했었잖아. 공짜 도전 과제. 게임을 플레이하는 플레이어의 이름을 말하는 버튼. 나 저게 있는 거야? 아까 버튼 누르는 게 없던데. 상품. 양동이. 구멍? B가 여기 있으면 내가 지금 5번 방에 있으니까 B방으로 가보자. 저기인가? 저 앞에? 점프 가능한 원. 잠깐만. N번 방이거든 저기가. 점프 가능한 원이 N방이고 내가 B번 방에 가야 되니까 이쪽이니까 어디로 가야 되는 거야? 나 길치라서 어디로 가? 이쪽인가? 5번 N D D라고 치면 B 여기다 여기 이쪽 같은데 여기 있어야 되는데 여긴가? 여긴가? 여기야? 아니 어디야 모르겠어 알려줘. 반대라고? 아니 봐봐 내가 저 5번에 있는 거 아니야? 그쵸 5번에 있죠. 근데 N번 방이 여기 있잖아. N방이 여기 점프 가능한 방 그쵸? 그러면은 요렇게 돼 잠깐만 요렇게 돼 있는 건가? 여기가 N방 여기가 N방이고 5번 B로 가려면 어떻게 가야 되지? 출구 어디로 가는 거야 이거? 이쪽이야? 여긴가? 아 저기구나. 모르겠지 지도를 봐도.
For the Stanley
여기다.
Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of
내
the
이름 불러줘.
person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
근데 이름을 정해야 되는 거 아닌가? 어?
Sorry,
어떻게
I
알았지?
should have clarified.
아,
Right now,
김인 줄 알았다.
the button only says the name
아, 짐이야?
Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name.
아, 나
whatever
김인 줄
name
알았어.
it is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really
아직 안
simulate the
나왔어?
full
아, 뭐야.
experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll
되는 게
love it.
없어.
Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind,
상상을 하라고?
forget whoever
나왔을
you
때?
are, and simply become a person named Jim.
나 이제
I
짐이라는 사람이
want you to
돼보라고.
imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken
나 김인
as
줄.
Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into
짐.
dust. Do you feel it deeply?
짐이면?
Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
나는 짐이다. 짐. 짐.
Yes, you see, what a thrill, what a rush. That was
이런
you.
걸로도 컨텐츠를 만드네 이
Button
녀석들은.
described you. Do it again, do it again.
나는 짐 형태다. 짐.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it
이게
would
유일한
still be
세계링에서
worth the
돈 값어치
money.
냈다고.
Let's take a break from
하지만
the Jim button. I'm too emotionally
굉장히 좋은 것
drained
같습니다.
from all
왜냐면
of this
이름을
personal
불러주는 게임이 별로
validation.
없어. 보통 더빙돼 있는 게임들도 이름을 안 불려주는데 진짜로 추가만 된다면 뭐 장난이 아니고 진짜 괜찮을지도. 블루 아카이브? 블루 아카이브 이름 얘기해줘요? 더빙으로? 말로 해줘? 아 그래? 와 그런 게 있어? 오 이런 덕후 녀석들 몰랐는데 나는. 그렇구나 괜찮네. 그림체도 이쁘던데 나도 한번 해볼까? 그런 게임이 많이 없거든. 이름 불러주는 게임이 끽해봤자 그냥 글씨로만 나오고 더빙이 안 돼 있는데. 그러면 김영태 하면 김영태로 나와? 오
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to
또
play
안
the
가본 데
Stanley
어딨지?
Parable 2. That would actually save me the
아니
work
나
of finishing
근데
this
자존심
feature.
상하게 재밌는데 추가된 뭐 말도 안 되는 비꼬는 것 같은 그런 추가된 기능인데 굉장히 좋은 기능들 같아. 재밌어. 이름도 막 대고 이거 왜 그러지? 좋은 기능인 것 같지? 점프가 안 나와. 괜찮아. 뭔가 비꼴라고 만들고 자기 자학적이고 뭐 이런 거 같긴 한데 괜찮아 보이는데 왜 그렇지? 구멍 가보자고. 그래 끝없이 떨어지는 구멍 거기 어디야? 끝없는 구멍 K구멍 K방. 아니 근데 자 여기 기준이지. 여기서 이게 B지. 그러면은 여기 뒤에 맞지? K방 여기 아니야? 근데 왜 뒤에 아무것도 없지? 바로 뒤에 있다고? 어디? 간판 안 보이냐고? 간판? 아 저거. 아 저거구나. 저게 K방이구나. 근데 내가 생각한 데랑 다른 난 뒤쪽에 있을 줄 알았는데 저건 그냥 광고인 줄 알았지. 나 봤는데 저게 방일 거란 생각은 안 했네. 소름 끼친다고? 무서워? 여기가 끝없이 떨어지는 구멍. 계속 내려간다고. 오, 재밌을지도.
Stanley,
저긴가?
here's an idea that I'm truly fond
투웨이.
of. It's never been done before in a video game.
비디오 게임에서 한 번도
This is in
구현될
fact
적이
a
없다.
hole that you can fall
영원히
down
떨어진다.
forever. That's right.
로딩 없이
Infinite
가능?
falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
뭐야? 전장씨. 간다잉. 뭐야?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button.
텔레포트
to pop back
누르면은
up to the
구멍으로
top,
들어갈 수
and we can continue on.
G키로? 계속 떨어져 봐. 얼마큼 떨어지나?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport.
너 이
button
녀석
to go back to
이거
the
영원히
top.
안 되지 너.
Maybe do it on the sooner
개발 안
rather
되지
than
않았어.
later spectrum of things.
작아지고 있긴 하나 저 구멍이? 계속 내려가 봐 씨. 바닥이.
Okay, Stanley. I don't
바닥
know
있지,
quite
너.
how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated
이걸 줄 알았어.
the infinite
지금
nature
제대로
of
되는 게
the
없네
hole.
이거.
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely
배고가
deep
끝을
hole.
봐버려 씨.
I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It
마차차님
is.
구독 감사합니다.
Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your
작아지긴 해.
definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good
뭐야,
for you. You found
끝없이.
the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
새로운
I'm a
뭐.
liar and a cheat, and you're so clever.
거짓말쟁이.
Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by
2시에
falling.
회의하자 왜 버려져
What
있어?
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this
둘이
on
되어버리.
me. Maybe you're the problem.
모든 일시정지 버튼 로마 숫자
Look,
2이다.
things got a little
뭐야 이게
heated there.
투야.
I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
별거 없겠죠? 담배는 뭐야? 여기서 살자고? 아무것도 없는데? 담배 올라갈게.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you
다 봤나?
even more of my ideas for the sequel.
끝이 있구만 이씨. 어이가 없네 이거. 제대로 된 콘텐츠가 하나도 없어. 한 번 더 떨어지자고? 그럴까?
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose
구멍도
once
큰데
again, there's
저거?
nothing to do
하얀
here. If
구멍도?
you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
어? 점점 빨라지는데? 봐봐 가까워지잖아.
Yeah.
구멍도 커져 있어
I'm
그쵸?
starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily
그래
less and
이렇게 하면
less
점점
infinite.
올라가지는데?
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
구멍 없애버리자고.
Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me.
너무
Not only is the hole not
뭐 우물도
infinite,
아닌데
but
이제?
it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a
뭐야?
concavity, or even a... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't
떨어졌어
see this
지금.
scratching the itch.
아무 일도 안
Oh,
일어나.
who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready
점프도
to
안 돼.
move on.
어?
Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation.
설마.
It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
아까 점프 안
You
썼으면
get to be with the
빠져나올 수 있는
hole,
건가?
I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley.
설마.
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
뭔 소리야? 뭔 소리 났는데? 어? 구멍이 점점 깊어지는 것 같아. 아닌가? 어? 깊어진 것 같은데? 기분 탓인가? 내가 정신이 점점 이상해지는 건가? 깊어진 것 같지? 아닌가? 맞잖아! 깊어지잖아! 깊어지고 있다니까? 아까보다 더 깊었단 말이야. 뭐지? 뭐야? 철학적이라고. F를 눌러 시점 변경. 와, 미친. 다른 시점도 있어. 콘텐츠 미쳤다. 거의 이거 2로 해도 된다 솔직히. 와. 이거 뭐야? 인식 변경? G. 어? 노래가 막 바뀌네요. H를 눌러 형식을 변경. 야, 걔는 뭐야? J를 눌러 나 자신을 변경? J. 이거 뭐야? 이거 뭐야? 물구나무 서고 있어. 뭐야? 애기도 있네. 클레이 지점토?
Oh, good. You're awake.
아 재밌었는데.
It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into
뭐야?
dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley.
그냥
Because this
그대로
hole is
있었던 거야?
just so darn
좋은
fascinating
컨텐츠인데
that I
이거
want
구멍.
you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want
재밌었는데
to miss a single
더
moment.
받고 싶었는데.
So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley.
Yes.
I'll be back. Toodlepip.
또 돼? 뭐야? 어? 어디? 뭐야 왜 여기야?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
다시 돌아왔네. 스탠리 패러블에 안심을 주는 양동이. 양동이 안 해봤어. 양동이. 양동이 어딨어? 여긴가? 양동이 방?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after
혼란스럽고
much
역설적이다.
consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your
양도에
mind
들고 왔을
and
때
your
뭐야?
heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even
편안하게
comforting.
느껴진다고?
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
한번 들어보자.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
들고 다닐 수 있나? 뭐야, 들고 가시네?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
안 한 거 뭐 있지 이제? 구멍이랑 같이 가자고? 그럴까? 구멍이 제일 재밌었어. 양동이랑 같이 가면 더 재밌을지도. 뭐야, 왜 닫혀있어? 양동이 들고 있어서 그런가? 양동이 버려야 되는 거 아니야? 양동이 씨 어디다 버려 이거. 그러네, 끝났다고 더 있긴 하네. 양동이 어디다 갖다 놔야 되냐. 이것도 한번 봐야 되는데. 양동이 뭐야, 치워 이제. 양동이 재미없어. 노잼이야. 버릴래. 양동이 갖다 놔. 들고 나가자 그냥. 나가자 씨. 저 여기를 안 가봤거든. 여기 뭔지 모르겠는데 나가는 길 같아서. 맞아. 아, 이게 수집 요소야?
Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll
피규어?
run around gathering up these miniature Stanley
피규어가 어디
figurines.
있는데?
And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
가지고 있는 건가? 뭐 어두워서 안 보여가지고. 앞으로 가지고 있는 건가? 가까워지고 있지? 이 피규어구나. 뭐야 이 사람들. 그거야. 수집 요소 61 됐어요. 61. 5개 더 있어?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
이놈의 양동이. 야, 다 갔다 와봤죠? 출구 갑시다. 2 출구. 여기가 출구네. 근데 출구가 막혀있는디? 일로 나가면 갈 수 있나? 점프해야 된다고? 뭔 점프? 점프했잖아. 점프하는 원 했어. 24개인가 다 썼잖아. 안 했다고? 다른 방에서 했던 건가? M방? 하긴 다른 방에서 했지. 근데
You know
점프가
what?
없는데?
Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's oh wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump
제일 처음
circle.
봤을 때.
Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
뭐야? 추가 안 해줘? 어이없네. 20몇 번밖에 안 되던데. 참나. 설정하기 챔피언 안 했다고? 설정하기 챔피언. 샷방이요. N방 옆에. 바로 여기 옆인데. 설정하기 챔피언. 어디야? 건너편이라고? 여기 아니야? 나는 지도 보는 게 사람이랑 다른가? 여긴가? 설정하기 방이 어디야? 여기? 여기? 여긴가? 여기 한번 왔었는데? 점프방, 옆방, 계단이요? 점프방, 옆방, 계단? 여기가 점프방. 여기? 아 여기구나. 야 니네가 건너편이라며. 나와. 누구야? 안 건너가지 않고 그냥 계단 가는 건데. 여기잖아. 근데 잠겨있어. 양동이 때문에 안 가지는 건가? 안 그랬다고? 한 사람 알 거야 본인이. 답답하다면서 건너편인데 아이고 한 사람 있을 거야. 지도 몰랐으면서 잘한 척이야. 길 잘 알 척이야. 저긴 안 가지는데? 일단 출구로 나갈게요. 새로운 요소 가보자고. 다리 위. 어디 다리 위? 이쪽으로 한번 가볼까? 이쪽으로? 저쪽으로? 저기도 안 가봤네. 뭐가 되게 많다 은근히. 여기 끝에도 안 가봤어. 이 양동이 때문에 안 되는 건지, 이 양동이가 어떻게 해야 되는 거 아닙니까? 이놈의 양동이 때문에 되는 게 없어.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Epilogue.
Yes, it would go at the end of the well, we'll figure that out later.
그러네. 편안함을 준다고 했는데 구라였네. 반대였네. 개 짜증나네. 양동이 때문에 뭔가 불편하네. 이것 때문에 안 되는 것 같기도 하고. 불편함을 주네. 이거로 나가볼게요. 여기가 출구.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
기념품상
Ready
QR
to
코드 한번
move on
보자고?
now?
아 이거 만원 주셨는데 안 볼 수 없지. 본인이 한번 궁금하신 분들 하지. 어차피 제가 QR코드를 해도 여러분들한테 못 보여드리는데. 잠깐만요. 근데 못 참지. QR코드 기념품 샵 어디였더라? 아까 그 저기 티셔츠 샵. 자 여러분들 각자 보는 거예요. QR코드 다 찍어보세요. 이거 모니터에 갖다 대도 되나? 잠깐만 나 핸드폰 있지. 됐다. 들어와줬고. 공식 웹사이트에 오신 것을 환영합니다 라고 돼 있는데 이거 왜 한글로 돼 있냐? 이렇게 돼 있어요. 이거 보일라나? 이거 주소를 링크해. 잠깐만, 누가 주소 링크 좀 해주세요. XY 사이트인데 어떻게 생겼는지 볼 수 있게. 이거를 그러면 따로 한글 패치 파일로 이거 한 건가? 어떻게 한글로 만들었죠? 한글화 팀에서 요러고였거든요. 아까 QR까지 하면 QR을 뒤집어 씌운 거? 속편 신작 게임입니다. 뭔데 이거? 홈페이지
See
새로
there, Timmy.
만든
What's
거야?
that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel?
이게 뭐야?
That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to
이거
the
구분해야
past.
된다고?
We all want more of the things we
뭐야?
love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular.
아니, 이거 한글화한 팀
New
뭐냐고.
ideas are dangerous,
이거 어떻게
Timmy,
만든 거냐고.
and they can lead to early aging. This
새로
eager-minded
사이트를
young thinker
만들어서
is just
패치를
29
한글로 다
years
씌운
old.
건가?
That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the
자동차의
automobile,
속편을
which we'll
만드는
call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical
비행기
invention.
아니야, 비행기?
And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death.
뭐라고?
Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy.
부모님의
Their
속편?
names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be
부모님
taking
속편.
care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable.
부모님
This
속-
young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts
다섯
at
장의
once.
셔츠를 입고 있는데
Look at Becky over there,
네
wearing
장의
only
속편?
2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact,
아무
there is only
말이나 하는 것
one
같은데,
single
지금.
thing in the
영상은
world
다른
that
영상
isn't a
같은데.
sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or
뭐야,
why
저거?
it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels
영상에다 그
are
더빙 마음대로
derived.
하시는 분들 있잖아. 그런
And just
느낌인데.
like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a
정글짐이다,
child.
정글짐.
Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly
컸다고.
things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game,
어린이의
Timmy.
속편. 야구
And
경기에서
that's why the
부정행위를 왜
Stanley
해?
Parable 2 will be perfect for you.
계속 듣다
It's as
보니까
manly as video
헛소리인데
games can get.
그럴듯하네.
And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the
Idea
team.
guy.
The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off.
이 모든 게
With
속편을
the
위한.
hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin.
아니, 이
The
만든
game's
친구는
developers
속편에
must
대해서
answer
얼마나
a
생각을
simple
했으면
question.
뭐 이런 생각을
What
다 하냐?
makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple.
특이한 사람이
Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make?
저 안에도 한글 하나
Well, first
찍어 어떻게?
off, Most of the pornography in the original
저
game
영상
was
어떻게 한
stolen
거랑?
or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man
영상이
named
그냥 새로
Leroy,
찍은 건가
whose
본데?
personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although
아니, 한글화
Leroy's
게임
money
뭐야?
and identity
미쳤어.
were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars.
정부의 비밀을
Without
누설해.
these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to
아니,
make very
무슨
little sense.
말도 안 되는
But we
헛소리를 어떻게
decided
이렇게
to remove
장황하게
them from the
펼쳐놓을 수
sequel
있을까?
in
정말
the interest
대단하다.
of helping the state's efforts.
인정이다, 인정.
We'll get to you
인정할
yet,
수밖에 없다.
Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set
아무 말
about
대잔치도
constructing the
이렇게
Stanley
할 수
Parable
있다니.
2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories.
뭐라는 거야? 뭔
They
실험실에서
begin by studying the original Stanley Parable.
아니,
Here it
공부를
is in its
원작을
raw,
공부하기
untouched
시작했다고?
form, a specimen of technological
쟤네들이-
perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its
그치, 속편제도
developers
이렇게
stood
했는데
firmly
3탄이 얼마나
behind.
힘들겠습니까?
But in
그래서 3탄이 안 나오는 거
2022,
아니야.
it's impossible to reach
2편
even a
만드는데도
single
이렇게 힘든데
consumer of video
2편인지
games without
확장팩인지도
jokes
모를
of some
이
kind. So
울트라디럭스.
very well, jokes it'll be.
3탄은 못 만들어.
During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes,
뭐라는 거야,
rivers, and beautiful nature reserves
창의적인
like
헛소리
these
뭐냐고, 이거.
all
얼마 안
over the
남았네.
country. Another
마음대로
common
하네.
complaint
이거
of the
무슨-
Stanley Parable is that there wasn't
뭔
enough
소리야, 이거
gameplay.
도대체.
And so
나는
for
아까
the
한
sequel,
2분 정도 지났을
its
때부터
developers
뇌를
have gone
빼놓고
to great
있었어.
lengths to fix this
애초에 이 게임
problem.
시작할 때부터 나는
Here we
빼놓고
can see
있었지롱.
gameplay being printed
손에
on
안
the
봤지.
sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay,
빼놓고 있었지롱.
and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller.
모바일 기기용
For the
게임에서
Stanley
뭐?
Parable
종이?
2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are
종이
being
인쇄한다는 게 뭔
printed, each
소리야?
of which must be delicately massaged by the
종이를
hands of a
마사지 해줘야 돼.
child before being added into the game.
아무 말 대잔치야,
This man
진짜.
is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a
아,
personal
영상과 아무
project
상관도
he's been
없다니까.
developing in his spare
종이를
time.
훔치고 있대,
A
무슨.
good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail
언론을
the
협박할
press.
시간이야.
In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating
기자를
word-of-mouth
협박해서
buzz
속편이
for your
입소 못하게.
sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before,
야,
it's
HBO 이번에
easy to
들어온다며.
practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting.
마지막으로.
And that's packaging the game with collector's
게임은
edition
컬렉터즈 에디션
merchandise.
상품과 함께
If
출시.
you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000
소의 알은 뭐야,
cows,
씨.
which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question,
후회된
Billy.
얘기냐.
One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many
부모님
weeks
구독
of
감사합니다.
diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet.
당황스러운 목구멍.
You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
뭐야? 빌리? 야, 이거 새로 도면해서 만든 거예요, 한글화 팀에서? 이 팀에서? 이거 유저 한글화인데 뭐야 이거? 영상도 새로 만든 거 같은데? 뭐지? 신작에 더 관심이 있으면은 확인해봐라. 비공식 번역 사이트라고 돼 있네. 아, 기존 웹사이트 따로 있어요. 그러면 QR코드도 저것도 패치할 때 바꿔놨다는 거네. 아, 이게 기존 사이트고요. 아니, 도메인이 다르네 아예. 와, 진짜 대박이다 한글화. 오케이, 일단 잘 봤습니다. 정성이 뭐 미쳤다 미쳤어. 다 봤죠? 어디 가자 이제 출구로 이제. 아씨, 양동이 불편해 씨. 불편. 저 유저 한글화가 공식 한글화 되는 건가? 이 정도면 채택해줘. 돈 줘야지 개발사에서. 여기가 출구인데요. 뭐야? 뭐지?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new
마음에
features?
듭니다.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come
2탄
together
괜찮을 것
as
같아요.
one single coherent
2탄까지
video
내세요.
game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together and we'll see whether
기능들을
or
함께
not
배열해
it
보자고.
coheres into a meaningful
이걸 다?
gameplay experience.
어떻게 배열하지? 저는 상관없는데.
Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
뭐야 이게?
Well, I mean, there's
점프
potential
있고.
here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind.
내려가 봐야겠다.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
뭐야
Who
이거?
am I kidding, Stanley?
뽕
This
소리나 자꾸
isn't a
옆에서.
coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of
그래서
course.
확장팩으로 나온
With
건가?
respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the
원작의
original game.
온전함과 시선을 가져오면서
Would it possibly
추가
work?
요소만.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
뭐야? 진짜 있는 거야? 자, 더 스탠리 패러블 2 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. 울트라 디럭스도 아니고 2로 설정도 있는 거야? 오, 이거 뭐야? 뭐야? 건들지 않는 게 좋겠지? 시작.
This is the story of a
스킵도
man
있다.
named Stanley.
늘한 거 다 넣었나봐.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
진짜네? 원작에
Employee number 427's
원작에
job was
넣어놨네.
simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he
풍선도
pushed
추가되고.
buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him
스킵이
what
처음에
buttons
있었나?
to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
똑같은 거 같은데?
This is what employee 427 did
아니야, 처음에
every
스킵
day
없었어, 그치?
of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order
말만
had
투고
arrived
일편이랑
on the
똑같아.
monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
스킵 한번
Never
해볼까?
in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for
여기서부터
the
시작이거든.
longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up
맞네.
from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
똑같은데 일단이랑.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him,
양동이?
begging him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it?
아씨 양동이 안 껐다. 여기 있다 양동이. 아씨 갈거하기 싫은데 거슬리는데.
Stanley picked up the
아씨 뭐
bucket.
시키는 대로 해야지 뭐. 양동이 추가됐어요. 왜냐면 이거 2탄 컨텐츠거든요. 예, 마음의 안정감을 주는 양동이 추가됐고요. 원작을 그대로 두고 거기서 추가 요소까지 넣었어.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
킹정감 있죠. 오른쪽으로 갔다가 그때 고문당함. 일단 왼쪽으로 가서 회의실 한번 가보자. 똑같은지.
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
세단실로 다시.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
대사도
boss's
바뀌었네.
office.
양동이가 추가돼 있으니까. 구멍은 언제 나오냐고. 그러게. 구멍이랑 점프랑
Stepping into his manager's
점프 안
office,
돼.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
절망적인
hours,
시간
did
속에서
the bucket's warmth
양동이
and guiding light
따뜻함과 안내하는
pierce
빛은
the
혼돈과
dark
대운하는
clouds
먹금을
of confusion
깨뚫었다.
and chaos.
그
It
정도로
would be with him always. The bucket would. And he
대박이네.
knew it.
이
The two of
뭐였지?
them were inseparable.
2845인가요?
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the
양동이
tender
좀 그만해.
spiritual
비밀번호
connection
얘기해봐.
he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad
이
behind the
똑같다.
boss's desk.
2845 맞지?
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the
그래,
pin
기다려
number
볼게. 얘가
for
뭐라
the
하는지.
keypad
원래
was
2845.
2845. But Stanley guessed the correct
똑같네.
code by
양동이
sheer
대사만
luck.
추가되네.
Was it that the bucket knew all along?
양동이.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most
양동이가 안내했다고?
logical explanation.
이게 2탄? 이게 2탄이라고? 양동이 없었으면 어떡할 뻔했어.
The elevator raced downward,
뭐
plummeting
방금 피가
towards an
있었다고? 아
unknown
수집 요소?
fate.
아
It would
수집
be
요소
all
먹었어야
Stanley
되는데.
could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
6일 그거 추가된 거
Soothing
2탄에서
him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all
양동이
right.
광고
The
방송이냐고.
bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
다시 올라갈 수 있나? 수집 요소 먹고 와야겠다.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing
3번을
the
누가
number 3
비슷하고?
again.
아닌데?
The bucket said nothing.
나 피규어 먹으러 가는 건데. 3번 눌러봐야 되나? 3번에 뭐가 있어? 피규어가 어딨어? 피규어 봤다면서요, 님들. 난 못 봤는데. 아, 없어졌어? 아, 그래? 그럼 온
Here we
김에
are, said Stanley.
3번이나
Now I'm going
눌러보자.
to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Well, he said, the number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed
아,
something.
피규어 먹었어야 되는데.
Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
양동이 가지고 오지 말걸. 말이 더 많아졌다. 씨,
A
짜증나.
hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number? Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read
여기 탈출구가 있고,
Mind Control Facility.
그 다음에 저기가 있거든. 어디로 가볼까? 똑같은데 이곳까지는. 응? 탈출로 가볼까? 앞에 가볼까? 탈출구?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
이게
screens. What
끄면은
horrible secret did this place
자유로워지는 엔딩이
hold?
혼자서.
Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being
충격으로 양동이를
videotaped,
떨어뜨릴 때
monitored like guinea pigs.
이게 2탄?
The bucket had never seen anything
양동이는
like this,
너무
and it
무서워서
very nearly
울음을
burst
터뜨려
into
버린대.
tears as Stanley cradled it
양동이를
gently,
부드럽게 안아주면 모두가
reassuring
잘
it
될
that
거라고,
everything would
모든
be
게 잘 될
fine.
거라고 안심시켜줬어. 양동이랑 사귀겠네. 사귀겠어. 씨. 양동이 뭐해야 시켜. 양동이 동이라고 불러 이제부터. 동이야 괜찮아. 오빠가 있잖아.
Was the bucket under the mind
동이라고 해,
control
동이라고.
facility's influence as well?
동이짱 해,
Had
동이짱.
the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
양동근씨는 왜 나와?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy
이것까지 다
or
똑같은데
sad
뭐
or
누르지?
content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over
오프했더니
another
그때
human life.
자연으로 돌아가서
For
혼자
he and the
탈출하는 그거
bucket would
엔딩이었고,
dismantle the
못
control
눌렀더니 그냥
for good.
터졌지.
Two best
터져서
friends,
그냥 다시
Stanley and the
엔딩이었지.
bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
이번엔 양동이랑
And the bucket
탈출 한번
made a sassy
해볼게.
comment about taking down the system.
양동이도 해제하자고 했잖아, 그치? 동이야.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest
새로운
enemy.
세상의 아담과
Freed
이브가 되는
themselves from
거다,
the
우리가.
tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
누가 이부냐고?
The
그런 게
bucket
뭔지.
wanted to learn to roller skate.
양동이는 롤러
Stanley
스케이트
wanted
배우고
to
싶대.
sneeze in
이제.
every country on earth.
스탠리는
Both of them
재채기를
wanted
하고
to begin
싶대요.
watching a movie,
영화도
any
보고
movie,
싶고요.
but then stop it halfway through
중간쯤
and begin
보다가
watching it in
역재생으로 왜 봐?
reverse from the
영화를
end.
역재생으로 봐?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together
글로벌
with one
재채기는
another
뭐야?
to lean on, to trust, to support.
어?
What? Wait.
뭐야?
What was
다르네?
happening?
안 열리네?
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
이 건물이 양동이를 못
Even the
나가게.
facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part
이
with the
건물마저도 이 양동이의 그 따뜻함과 안정감이
Stanley can't leave this place.
너무
Not
좋아서
while he
양동이
has such
보낼
a
수 없어.
precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me,
양동이가
right?
갇혀 산다고.
I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
양동이 뭐 떴는데? 다른 데로 왔어.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
아씨 미친 양동이 또 있는데 또 갖고 가야 되나?
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
양동이가 새로운 콘텐츠라 어쩔 수 없어.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
오른쪽으로 가볼까? 그때 오른쪽 갔더니 나 어디 갇혀가지고 계속 괴롭힘 당했잖아. 아니 왼쪽으로 갔다가 탈출구를 갈까? 어디로 가야 될까? 오른쪽? 그래 양동이가
This was
있으니까
not the correct way to the
혼자서
meeting
그
room.
고통을 안 받을 수 있어.
Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
직원
employee
휴게실로
lounge
가자.
was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
대사가 아예 다르네.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
여기를 안 가보지 않았나? 그치? 여기 갔다가 갇혔었는데 이번에는 돌아가 볼까요? 여기 갔다가 갇혀가지고 어쩌고저쩌고 했는데.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the
이건
opposite
뭐지?
door.
이 엘리베이터가 하나 있네. 뭐냐 저건? 루트가 되게 많아. 이러면은 그냥 왼쪽 루트로 다시 오게 된 거다. 그쵸? 다시 돌아갈 수도 있나? 잠겼을라나? 아 루트가 되게 많아. 엔딩이 몇 개나 있는겨? 이러면은 오프를 저기 온을
Still no
눌러봐야겠네.
one was here.
아 탈출구 한번
Stanley
가보자.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort
근데
now
이거 다
more
볼 순
than
없고.
ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find it. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
밑에가 뭐였더라?
upstairs to the boss's office.
밑에도 한번 갔었는데 그쵸?
But Stanley just couldn't do it.
무한
He
반복되는 거.
considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during
정신병
work hours.
걸리는.
He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
양동이가 있기 때문에 좀
And then
달라지지 않을까?
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
이건 똑같네.
He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said
아니야
nothing. at all.
양동이 얘기 나오고 있어.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close. He had felt
야 이거
none
뭐
of its
양동이 팬픽
familiar
같은 거냐?
reassurance and
양동이
comfort.
소설이야 뭐야 뭐
And
계속
that's when
양동이야
Stanley
이씨.
realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
내 양동이가
This is all
아니라고?
terribly wrong. Surely no good would
뭐야,
come from
잘못
this.
갖고 왔어?
Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding
양동이
presence of his
없어졌어.
bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the room
그리고 다시 정신병
which
엔딩.
was of course very warm.
심리적 안정감을 믿고 왔는데 양동이가 내 거 아니라는 걸 느껴지면서 난 또 정신이 이상해지고 있어.
Without my bucket, I've gone truly
미쳐버리고
mad.
말 거야.
Where
내
is it?
양동이가 없기
I
때문에.
must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Stanley.
어딨어?
Stanley, it's me.
동아!
The bucket.
동아!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room
동아,
to room,
어딨어?
passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special
아!
bucket.
Come to
동이?
me, Stanley. Find
동이니?
me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old
내
friend.
양동이가
It
어떻게
was the
생겼더라?
only way to truly restore his sanity.
찌그러졌어 뭐야?
He froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the
어디
bucket
나온지
had
알게
been
됐다고?
coming from. The real bucket
진짜 양동이는
was
줄곧
inside
나의 내면에
all
존재했다고.
along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and
끝내 의식.
blacked out.
뭐 개소리야 이거. 진짜
This is
양동이는
the
내
story
내면에
of
존재하고
a
있었다.
woman named Mariella.
죽었어 똑같이? 또 쓰러져 있나?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort
얘도
and
양동이가
security,
있네.
and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town.
아니 이게
talking
구멍하고
and screaming
하나씩
to
떨어지는
himself,
구멍하고
and
그
then
다른 컨텐츠
collapsed
다
dead on
어디
the
갔어
sidewalk.
점프랑.
Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at
바람핀
home in
양동이?
the first
저 내
place.
양동이 아니야.
How cruel the world
내
could be.
양동이는 내 내면에 있어.
And she hugged her own bucket even
이거 각자의 양동이라고.
But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
쌉
My
인정이지.
life kicks
내
ass.
삶은 겁나
And she
오지거든.
backflipped all the way to work.
공중제비를 넘으면서 직장을 갔다고? 쌉 인정. 또 시작이야?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
아씨
Stanley
이 탄에
decided to go
새로운
to
그
the meeting
구멍은
room.
다 어디 갔어?
Perhaps he had simply missed a
양동이 이번에
memo.
없는 건가? 그만해 이제. 양동이 없이 가면 어떻게 될까? 그러면 1탄이랑 똑같을라나? 양동이 없이 한번 가보자. 이씨 가야 되나? 2탄의 새로운 컨텐츠인데? 이씨 가야 되나? 없이 가야 되나? 아니야 없이 가면은 2탄이지만 1탄의 내용이 나오는 게 아닐까? 없이 가볼까요? 저놈이 없어야 구멍이나 이런 게 나올 수도 있어.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
왼쪽.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
똑같은데?
upstairs to
양동이
his
없으니까
boss's
대사
office.
똑같은데? 1탄이랑?
Here's the door, just go.
아, 안 눌러도 된다. 이제 가래 그냥. 귀찮니? 피규어 없어, 피규어? 피규어.
You found one of
Okay.
them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines.
자,
Remember, no
4개
reward
남았습니다.
for collecting all of these. Only
보상은
the
없어.
intrinsic
하지만
pleasure
즐거움이
of
있죠.
a job well
이게 바로
done.
2탄의
You
새로운
can't buy that
컨텐츠.
sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
이거 나오면 똑같을 거 아니야. 이거 아까 전에 탈출하는 거 있죠. 그걸 똑같이 골라보고 1탄 엔딩이 나오는지 2탄 엔딩이 나오는지 아니면 다른 게 나오는지 보고 그 다음에 양동이를 가져갈지 말지 정하는 거야. 여기서 만약에 탈출이 돼서 끝나면은 그냥 1탄이랑 똑같았던 거고.
Did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
김찬님 만원 후원 감사합니다. 고맙습니다. 감사해요. 뭐라고요? 제가 지금 오늘 약간 공유 느낌이 난다고요? 저랑 공유 씨랑은 전혀 다릅니다.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
뭐 같다고 할 정도까지도 없어. 아무것도 없어. 키도 작고 나는.
Where freedom meant nothing.
불법 공유 씨. 그건 좀 너무한 거 아니냐 얘들아?
This mind control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it?
양동이를 가지고 다른 거를 찾아봐야겠어.
No.
다른 컨텐츠.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it?
빠른 제시자 가자.
Was it even possible?
기다려봐.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
우리나라였으면 양동이 대신 요강 들고 다녔다고? 뭔 소리야? 우리나라도 양동이가 있는데.
And a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
똑같네.
And yet,
양동이 들고 새로운 걸 찾아봐야겠네.
slowly opened. Stanley reflected on how many
나가는 것까지만 보고 나가지면
Where
제시작.
had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
그럼 양동이 들고 어디로 가야지? 뭔가 좀
Perhaps his
새로운 거 볼
goal
수
had
있나?
not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
점프도 안 해봤고 구멍이랑 뭐 그런 거 있잖아 새로 생긴.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was
행복했으면
happy.
됐어. 똑같네요. 양동이 없이는 똑같고 뭔가 다른 거 2편에서 추가된 거 확장패에서 추가된 거 아까 전에 봤던 것들 그거를 전화가 원래 왔었나요? 원래 왔었나?
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
땡큐. 동이야, 너가 있어야지 뭐가 된다.
The confusion and the chaos
가자.
all seemed to melt away as Stanley
여기서 탈출구로
embraced the
갑시다.
bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
안정감. 어? 다른 게 또 있다. 어떻게 찾을 것인가? 내가 4개 남았는데. 완벽주의자의 직감을 믿어라. 이거 뭐야? 피규어. 뭔가 달라졌어. 피규어 관련 회의로 바뀌었네. 다리? 벽난로, 계단? 지금 6개 중에 2개 먹은 거 같은데요, 그쵸? 그래서 이거 6개 다 먹으려면 넓은 방 많은 상자 있는 곳이랑 계단과 계단 관련돼 있는 곳, 빨강과 파랑 모두 어딘가, 냄새나는 장소, 이걸 하는 의미가 분명히 있을 것이다. 뭐야, 스펠런키 아니야? 무엇이 저걸 떠나딩 하는가? (416번) 직원이 남긴 단서를 따라가라. 우린 할 수 있다. 빨간 방? 피겠니? 행운을 빌어요. 찾아 가보자. 청소도감부터 봐야지.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
청소도감이 양동이를 원하고 있대.
The aura of jealousy
질투의 분위기.
is as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't
조선 안
hand
된다.
over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
분탕 치는 거야?
That your life is so banal and meaningless
겉으로만
that
친한
you'd
친구라.
feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay
매혹적인.
into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
하는 거야? 가자.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
문 열어.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
똑같지?
indication of any human life.
2584였나?
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have
몇이었지?
broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the
2583?
soothing presence of the bucket. Even now,
2845?
in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was
여기
it
오는
the
길에 화장실
bucket
있었나?
all along?
화장실 하나
Was
있을
the
텐데
bucket
피규어.
guiding him?
어차피 다시 와야 될 수도
This is
있으니까
certainly the most
그때
logical
먹고.
explanation.
상자 많은 방에도 하나 있다 그러지 않았어? 상자 많은 방. 방금 위에 있었다고? 어디? 어디? 이거? 전구에 보신 거예요? 여기서 아까 먹었기 때문에 또 있지는 않을 거야. 아니지. 잘못 봤나 본데. 이거 한마디 치면 되는데 왜 숨어? 형이 잡아먹니? 괜찮아. 잘못 봤어. 이렇게 하면 되지. 왜 말해놓고 없어지는 거야. 잘못 볼 수 있어. 내가 뭐 잡아먹어.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control
화만 안 내면
Facility.
돼요.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
피규어를 6개 찾아보든지. 점프랑 또 뭐
The
있었더라
door
아까
behind them
컨텐츠.
was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on
점프랑
track.
구멍. 또 뭐 있었지? 이름 불러주는 거.
At
그런
this
거 다 어디
point,
갔어?
Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
그건 아직 개발 안 됐다고 그러지 않았어? 이름 불러줘. 짐밖에 안 되다 짐. 이거 설마 끝없이 떨어지는 구멍 그거 된 거 아닐까? 짜부 맞다. 여기 짜부였지. 양동이 있으니까 양동이가 짜부 되나?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the
똑같네
narrator,
여기는.
as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal
그
jaws.
누나.
In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was
양동이의
crushed
새는 끝났다.
violently to death.
상자 아닌가?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
여기가 그 게임 개발 뭐 그런 거 있는 거 아니었나? 양동이라는 게 떠 있네. 양동이 박사 위대한 전시회. 전시를 다 보고 난 뒤 당신과 당신이 사랑하는 사람들의 인생을 바꾸시겠습니까? 아니면 모른 척한 채 무지 어둠 속에서 원래 살아가던 대로 살아가실 것입니까? 유일한 참된 지식 양동이 전시에 가도록 하겠습니다. 원래 여기에 게임 같은
Can
그게
you see
나왔는데
how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to
25개의
claim it for
양동이.
his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him?
김장청
Can
쇼크.
you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
손잡이가 2개인 양동이. 이런 디자인의 양동이는 현실에서 만들어진 적이 단 한 번도 없는데 너무 위험하다라거나 무모할 정도로 실험적이다라고 여겨졌기 때문입니다. 매년 수십 명의 사람이 이를 시도하다 사형에 처했습니다. 양동이 손잡이 2개는 좀 위험하지. 불지옥 양동이. 불지옥 양동이 복제품으로 중세시대 때 너무나 강렬하고 매혹적인 힘을 가지고 있었기에 수십 개의 국가가 서로 그 힘을 차지하기 위해 전쟁을 치렀다. 수십억 명이 죽고 난 뒤 간단한 진실만이 남았다. 그건 누구도 양동이를 다룰 수 없다는 것을. 불지옥 안 뒤집어지나? 스트레스 양동이. 불안, 부정적인 미래 예측, 부정적인 생각, 안정감 결여. 스트레스, 양동이에 담긴 물량, 대처 전략, 구멍, 휴식과 회복, 자신이 좋아하는 일을 하기, 휴식과 회복. 저런 스트레스들이 양동이에 담기고 그것을 수도꼭지로 풀어내는 거. 스트레스 양동이 해설 없이 출품됐다. 안에 다 해설이 있구만. 동굴벽화. 와, 심지어 고대 원시인 때부터 양동이를 섬겼구만. 인류보다 양동이가 앞서 존재했다는 것을 알고 있지만 얼마나 오래전부터 존재했는지는 알 수가 없다. 초기 인류가 양동이의 실용적인 용도를 발견한 모습을 그리고 있다. 몇천 년 동안 존재했다.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
양동이 앞에 무릎을 꿇어야 된다. 인간은 매달린 양동이 인류 사이의 필연적인 관계를 상징적으로 보여준다. 아무리 양동이를 향해 진정으로 다다랐다 생각하더라도 양동이는 항상 우리 손에 닿지 않는 곳에 있다. 이 어쩔 수 없는 거리감은 우리 자신을 위한 것이다. 매달린 양동이를 보고 그런 해설이. 그 구멍이다. 떨어진다. 뭐야? 안 떨어지잖아. 유리가 아니야 뭐야? 주웠어.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
바로 잡는다고?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game.
여기서
Don't
초기할까
give him
말까?
another opportunity
도망갈까
to run off
말까?
with another
도망 안 가면 그냥
bucket.
죽던데.
We can save the world's
게임을
buckets from
끄는
their
거거든.
treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world.
속편 일시정지. 속편에 써있네.
A new vision.
죽어볼게. 저번에도 죽었거든. 그럼 다시 돌아갔는데 게임 끄면 뭐 해결되지도 않을 거고. 기억났다. 9년 전 기억이 나기 시작했어요. 계속 어떠한 엔딩을 보기 위해서 반복하다가 결국에는 끝이 없을 것 같아. 다 찾기가 너무 힘들어서 여기서 무슨 부금을 틀고 자체 엔딩을 봤던 기억이 나네요. 맞아, 그게 확실해. 기억났어, 이 거지 같은 게임.
Already this was uncomfortable.
엔딩이 되게
And
많거든.
Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it
정신집에서
again
벗어나는.
in his life.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms.
자,
With the
일단은
bucket in his arms again, he was home.
양동이를 가지고 볼 수 있는 엔딩 중에서 내가 볼 수 있는 엔딩 중에서 양동이를 가지고 있으면 뭔가 달라지긴 해요. 그러면은 오른쪽으로 가서 잔소리 듣는 엔딩이 있고, 그 다음에 왼쪽으로 가서
Stanley clutched the
오프가
bucket
있죠.
tightly to
오프가.
his
아니,
chest
온이 있죠.
and
온.
entered the
온 안
door on
했죠.
his left.
오른쪽 한번 가서 양동이 있으면 잔소리
This
안
was
들리나
not the
볼게요.
correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
말 안
employee
들어가지고
lounge was
휴게실에서
simply
계속
the
말 안
place
듣는
to
거 있거든.
be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be
잠깐만,
correct,
화장실
was
없어?
this better
피규어
than the
피규어
meeting room?
수집해야 돼.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
여기서 이렇게 가면은 그냥 회의실로 다시 가는 거고, 그 옆에 엘리베이터 안 타봤어. 밑으로 가는 거, 그쵸? 그리고 일로 가면은 그때 저기 그냥 가둬졌거든. 여기 엘리베이터 한번 타볼까? 그래, 엘리베이터 타보자.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
안 가본 데 가야지.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place
아, 그 얘기다.
eventually.
그 얘기.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just
본편에
sequel
나오는
content. We're
양동이가
the
아니야.
ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen
양동이
before.
질투하네, 애들이.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
어드벤처 라인. 맞아. 이 줄 따라가서 하는 무슨 엔딩이 있는데, 그쵸? 지금 따라가란 얘기인가? 이거 노란 줄 계속 따라가면은 뭐 있어요. 여기 피규어도 있는지 봐봐. 상자가 많거든? 피규어 있으면 주워가게.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
우주적 물론 작은 SS 합의.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
일로 내려가. 이게 뭐였더라? 이 줄 따라가면 무슨 엔딩이 있었는데 기억이 안 나네.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
양동이 분쇄기?
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
하는 거밖에 없는데? 안 하는 게 없는데? 양동이.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want.
지킨다.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
새로 만들었지만 내가 쓰지 않았다. 아 뭐야 그게 다야? 이게 뭐야? 넣었으면 어떻게 됐을까?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself.
드디어
This
원하는
is
거
what I've
얻었다.
wanted all along.
대사가 좀
I
다르네.
got what I wanted.
친구도 어딨다 왜 말을 안 하고 원하는 거 얻었다 그러지? 뭐가 바뀌었나? 피규어 탐색 협회. 또 주워야 되나? 안 주스면은 1탄이랑 똑같이 되고 주스면 너무 양동인데 너무 양동이 원툴인데 울트라 디럭스 아니고 울트라 양동이 아니냐고 양동이 디럭스냐고 근데 안 주스면 1탄으로 돼버렸어.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone.
갈아버려야
Not
되나?
with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
여기서 어디로 갈까? 55 갈까? 55? 55?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no, never mind. The bucket was
직진
wrong.
가볼게.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
오늘은 제일 처음 했던
No,
거였나?
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go
Cargo
there.
lift.
Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way
야,
to the
피규어
top.
저기 있다.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It
어떻게
should
하지?
have alarmed him, of course, because buckets
저기서
can't
떨어지는
talk.
거나?
But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
저 어디 가지? 이게 떨어질 수 있었잖아. 여기는 뭐야 그러면? 모든 곳이 위험하다. 이쪽에 루트가 많군요.
No, stop.
어?
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets
양동이
past
반입
this
금지
point.
구역인데?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
양동인지 아닌지가 중요해. 이거 뭐야?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and
테스트.
you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing
양동인지
you
아닌지
is a
맞춰주면
bucket.
된대.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is
저
this
양동이지?
a bucket?
양동이.
Incorrect. It is a hologram
아니라고?
of a bucket,
홀로그램으로 만든
not an
양동이라
actual
실제 양동이가
bucket.
아니라고?
Item 2.
저거?
Is this a bucket?
아니야.
Correct.
정답.
It is a 3D printed
3D 프린트로
recreation of a
제작된
bucket,
양동이지
not
양동이가
an
아니다.
actual
아, 그럼
bucket.
실제 양동이가 뭔데? 다 아니라는 거 아니야? 저런 게
Item
양동이 아니야?
3.
아니라고
Is
하지.
this
다
a
아닌
bucket?
거 같은데? 아니지? 어?
Incorrect.
아, 이게 양동이야?
This is a bucket.
뭔데? 뭐가 다른데? 어떻게 알아? 똑같이 생겼는데. 이씨. 가까이 뭐야 저거?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
트럭이잖아 누가 봐도. 하지만 저 녀석은 마음은 뭐 양동이라 뭐 그런 거 아니야? 너 양동이지? 아니야?
Are you
아 이건
hallucinating?
트랙터라고.
This is a
아이씨!
tractor. It's an enormous
그렇지,
machine that
트랙터지.
tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up?
이거 어떻게
Absolutely incredible. Let's just
트랙터지.
move on to the next one.
이런 식으로 나오시겠다? 알았어. 너 양동이지? 이건 양동이야. 이건 트랙터가 아니야. 너이씨 똑같은 걸 줘? 아 근데 또 이거 골랐다가 아까 트랙터라고 말씀드렸잖아요. 왜 그러시는 거죠? 그러는 거 아니야? 2번 꼬았을까? 3번 꼬았을까? 이거 뭘까? 심리전이야 이지선다야 이거 씨. 놀아나고 있는데? 그래 아니라고 하자.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
그래 양동 뭐 왜 양동이야? 야 이유를 얘기해. 이유를 얘기하라고. 그냥 양동이라고 하면 양동이야? 네가 양동이라고 하면 양동이냐고.
Item 6. Is this a
마음대로
bucket?
하네. 아니야. 씨.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
아, 두 개 다 정답이야? 정답이 없는 문제는 뭐야? 아주 지 마음대로
Wait,
하네.
hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
다음 물건이 안 보인다고? 뭔 소리야? 안 보이는데. 양동.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless
배돌아 좋은 것 같아. 뭐라는 거야. 알았어. 미안해.
Answer me straight, Stanley.
아니,
Do
뭐
you
숨겨놓은
believe
줄
that
알았지.
nothing is a bucket?
아무것도 없는 게 양동이라 생각하자고. 그래, 아니라고 해.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
그래, 다음 콘텐츠 넘어가자.
Here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait,
양동이는 사라지겠는데
was everything
모든 게
bucket?
양동이었다고?
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
그래?
My God, I had no idea.
모든 게 양동이야.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after
본인은
all.
안 사라졌으니까.
And you, Stanley, you're still here.
우리 둘은
You're not
양동이가
a
아니고.
bucket either. Oh, this
사라졌으면
is
좋았을 텐데.
wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's
나는
delightful to
망둥이
get some
할게.
clarity
망둥어
on
할게,
that issue.
망둥어.
But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets. Okay?
양동이 되돌려온다.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go.
아씨, 다시 돌아왔잖아. 아, 지친다. 기빨린다. 그만하자 이제. 한 개만 더 보자. 한 개만 더 보고 그만하자. 기빨려. 기빨려. 뭐 이렇게 많아. 양동이 하나로 이렇게 많은 컨텐츠를 뽑아낼 수 있다고? 미쳤나 이거? 피규어 먹으러 가자고? 피규어
A
지금
soft
4개 더
wind
먹어야 돼.
blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped
피규어
shortly
6개 먹으면
after.
어떻게 될까?
Stanley hoped
피규어를
that
한번
he would
노려볼까?
one day see weather.
대사가 많이 바뀌긴 했는데 잠깐만.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket.
아까 우리가
Off
봤을
on
때
another
오른쪽에서
thrilling
떨어지는
adventure
거기에
together.
있었거든.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
양동이 없이 아까 한번
Entered the
가봤는데
door
그럼
on his left.
1편처럼 돼요. 그냥 1편처럼 돼. 야, 근데 피규어를 먹고 제시작을 눌러도 먹은 걸로 치는 걸까요? 어떻게 될까? 피규어를 먹고 뭐라도 엔딩을 봐야 되는 거잖아. 근데 그런 거 아닐까? 응? 알아서 되나? 한번 해볼게.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
일단
But Stanley
제일
had felt the
먼저
bucket
우리가
calling
봤던
to
게
him, telling him
거기부터.
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on
6개
his
모으면
left
아무것도
to
없고
go
그냥
back to the
잔소리나
meeting
하겠지.
room.
No.
Said the
요
bucket.
밑에였거든. 요
Don't go to
밑에.
the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
여기 어떻게 가지?
The cargo lift. Yes. Go there. Go to the cargo
잠깐만,
lift.
이렇게 할 수 있겠다. Yes. 오케이.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This
좋아.
you know,
세 개
there
남았어.
really must be a snappier name for these things.
여기서
What about
제시작해도 됨?
mini stands, Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines?
뒤에 길도 한번 가보자.
Yes,
오케이.
I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
스탠리 듀어. 여기? 여기 하면 뭘까? 어? 어디 여기? 네? 뭐 하는 데지? 카세트 테이프. 뭐야 여기? 카세트 있어요. 내레이터.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
누구야?
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest.
와, 저기도 한글화를 진짜 잘해놨네.
It doesn't make
조그만 거 다 한글화는 거 봐.
sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
우스갯소리 같지만 지금 우리 양동이랑 계속 1시간 이상 하고 있다.
My golden ticket.
정말 양동이 돈 벌고 있어 이 녀석.
Because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
간부호라타? 뭐야? 일단 피규어는 먹었어요. 그 다음 피규어 3개 어디 있다 그랬지? 피규어 모으고 그 엔딩 보고 끝냅시다. 우리 이제 피규어 목표를 하는 거야.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
아까 화장실 왼쪽에 사무실 가는 길에 화장실 있었나? 그쵸?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley
사장실 가는데.
Anywhere they went together
거기
would be
갈게요.
perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
간부호라따 역재생.
left.
간부호라따 따라오. 계단에도 있다고 여기?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
어디?
upstairs to the boss's office.
밑에? 아하.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley
오케이,
figurines.
다시
And
사장실에
now I'm
올라가서
torn between Stanlerines and Figlers. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
제재 가져. 아니야, 바로 사장실 올라가면 되잖아. 여긴 진행이 안 됐으니까. 여기서 사장실 바로 가면은 화장실 나오잖아. 화장실 어디 있지 근데? 여기인가? 여기 있다.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've
Okay.
nearly gotten all
하나.
the Figler Anlerines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then.
하나.
Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now
하나
we have
뭐였지?
them all.
아까
You can't
설명해놓은
go
것
back to
중에서
when you had no Figler Anlerines.
회의실에 써 있을 거야,
None
아마.
of us can.
빨간 방, 파란 방 있다 그랬나? 거기가 어디지? 빨간 방, 파란 방이? 여기서 시작해도 되죠? 다시 시작해도 되는 건가? 그럼 먹어진 건가?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
양동이 안 들고 빨간 문, 파란 문? 거기가 어디였지? 빨간 문, 파란 문? 리프트? 오른쪽에서 리프트 얘기하는 거야? 오 갔다가?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
양동이 출입
The
금지.
lounge was grand, majestic. Perhaps but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
여기 엘리베이터 얘기하는 거? 여기 엘리베이터야? 아니면 여기? 빨간 문, 파란 문. 아니야? 여기?
Stanley was so
리프트까지
bad
다
at following
탔었나?
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
아, 여기서 중간에
Look,
내려서
Stanley,
가는데
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
여기
I'm not
여기?
your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really?
Someone.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
양동이 금지 장소.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
여기에 있다고 그랬는데
Now
빨간
listen
문,
carefully,
파란 문.
this is important.
어디 있어 비교?
Stanley walked through the red door.
여기 있다. 여기서 열리는구나. 오케이, 남았다.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
정말 그냥 아무것도 안 주는 거? 보상 없는 거야 진짜? 업적도 없고. 빨간 문 들어가라 그랬나? 빨간 문 갈까? 파란 문 간다. 아까 전에 갔던 데가 어디였더라? 안 가본 데가? 파란 문 갈까요?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
옛날에 한번 했던 것
Stanley
같아.
walked through the red door.
꺼져.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at
아마
the end of
1편일
this
거야,
road
그쵸?
you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing.
양동이 말고
Because
더
this is
있을
what you
텐데
wanted
그건
to
다
see.
어디 있는 걸까?
Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable
이
desires
게임을 뭐
of
70시간,
yours.
80시간 한 사람이
What would have
있던데
made this game
왜 그렇게
better?
많이 했나
What did
알겠다
you
이제.
want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third
세
option.
번째
This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version.
새로운 버전.
Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback
경험에
here.
대한 평가해달라고. 중간 딱 줄게.
Oh, of course.
3점.
A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
뭐야? 세계 경제표? 오프라인. 플레이어 중 21.3%만 인트로를 스킵했다는 것은 플레이어 중에 최악의 3%만이 파란 문을 선택하는 것. 플레이어가 98. (9,328등이라고) 내가? 의의가 없네. 평가 3점 줘서 그래?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
이거 진짜 4시간 하면 끝나나요? 해본 사람 있어요? 효과음도 그지같이 해놨네. 있어? 와 대박. 그것도 있다는 사람도 무서운데 4시간 하면 뭔가 다른 게 있다는 것도 무섭네. 여기 매크로 해놓으면 되긴 할 것 같긴 한데 유튜브에 있어? 아 그래? 중간에 매크로 방지도 있어요? 아 그래? 중간에 막 바뀌어? 와 극혐이네.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
아니 근데 피규어 6개 모았는데 진짜 아무것도 없는 거?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
어?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about?
이긴 그 게임 같다.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
그 생존 게임.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
이거 만들었었나? 이 회사에서?
That must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what
원래
else is
1탄에서
out
마크가
there.
나왔어요? 오, 게임이 막 바뀌나 보네. 이거 파이어워치라고 갬성 게임인데 마크급은 아닌데. 그대로 똑같이 그래픽이 똑같네.
Oh no.
허락 받고 썼겠지.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
뭐야?
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
다음 게임 뭘까? 어? 로켓리그 아니야?
See, this is exactly what I had.
자동차는 어딨어?
Just a nice big box for you
공하고
to walk
자동차 어디
around
갔어?
in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game,
길을 잃을
I
리는
will be
없다.
phenomenally impressed.
하지만 자살골이 있는데 이거 여기도. 아니 자동차랑 공 주셔야죠.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
공이다. 자동차도 줘야 되는데. 드리블 해가지고 자동차로 축구하는 게임이거든요. 뭐야 자살골은 아닌지 왜 소리가 안 나?
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
뭐야?
What are you doing?
구멍이 있네.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I
뭐야,
can't
여기?
help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
여기 뭐 하는 데지? 베타? 뭐 하는 데임? 오. 응? 사무실인데? 뭐임? 이것도 다 1탄에 있던 걸 거 아니야, 그치? 1탄에 이런 걸 해봤었나 내가? 나는 안 해봤겠지. 있었긴 한 거. 새로 생긴 건가 이거? 옛날에 있었어? 427. 뭐 불이 다 꺼졌어 근데. 응? 뭐야?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
뭐해? 이거는 모드일 때 버전이야? 이게 원래 모드 출발했나? 자, 오케이. 일단 여기까지 하겠습니다. 추가된 엔딩이 뭐 얼마나 했는지 모르겠는데 양동이만 보다 끝났는데 더 많을 것 같긴 한데 기빨리네요. 네. 여기까지 하고 나머지 엔딩은 여러분들의 몫으로 찾는 걸로. 피규어는 찾았는데 뭐 아무것도 없어. 그럼 회의실 가면 뭐 있을라나? 어? 뭐야? 왜 이래 이거? 뭐 이상한데 이거.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's just
피규어 나온다.
Those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them.
그래, 피규어 엔딩 있어야지. 아무것도 없는 게 너무 또
Wasn't it
그렇지.
just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory
추억의
zone?
공간으로 가자고.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
수집 요소를 발견했을 때 기억 회상 중. 여기 아까 한 번 안 썼는데 또 가라고? 달라졌나? 피규어 주워서? 똑같은데. 여기 지하에 원래 길이 있었던가? 없었지 않았어? 여기 맞아?
Here's where it all began.
여기서 피규어
The
봤었었지.
first collectible. Back then we had
맞아,
no
맞아.
idea of how many of them we'd find.
여기서 하나
Sure, it
먹었었어.
said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
여기 지금 하나 어? 6단이지. 저기요? 이러시면 안 되지. 더 있는 거야?
And here was the second Stanley.
축을 보는데
You found this one
개수가
all on
늘어나.
your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find
더
any of them,
늘어나냐고.
let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
여태까지 먹은 거 다시 다 먹고 있어.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room
어?
you
이거
found
순서
your
기억해야 되나?
third mini stand? Can you remember?
계단 아니야 창고를 먼저 먹었나? 계단을 먼저 먹었나? 계단이었나? 이거 순서도 왜 순서도 창고? 창고인가? 저 창고가 무슨 창고죠? 창고가 저 엘리베이터 밑에 있는 거잖아. 이거 들어가기 전에 계단을 먼저 먹고 와서 먹지 않았어? 그치. 창고 먹고 그 다음에 계단 가지 않았어? 창고가 먼저고.
Hey, that's exactly
맞네.
right. It was here in the warehouse. It was the
이걸
third
먹고.
one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us
계단,
that it's
화장실 맞아.
impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
계단 화장실 먹고 그 다음에
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a figly in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being
아닌데?
in this
처음
room,
오는데
but it's
여기는?
here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
뭐지? 이런 적은 없는데 핑크 모양 무슨 먹어. 응? 이상한데. 사기를 친다. 먹지 말자고. 화장실. 그래, 그 다음에 화장실.
This was
먹지
a
말았어야
figly
되나?
stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the boss's bathroom. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
어디서 먹었을까? 이 감성. 5번째 미니스템이다. 여기도 다 한글 해놨네. 뭐야 씨. 이런 거 많지 이런 영상.
Takes
좋아요,
you back,
구독.
doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making
아니나?
that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
좋아해.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last
여기
collectible,
먹었죠?
the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and
그래.
clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the
먹었어.
mind works? All I know is that
그게
this
다시
is the
먹는 거야,
moment
근데.
where you picked up a figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them.
12개인
They're all
이유는
collected.
6개를 다시
It was a
먹었어. 근데 아까
moment
핑크가
unlike any other.
핑크가 좀 다른데.
Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly
하나가 어디
like.
비었는데? 하나가 비지 않았어? 그 다음에 어디 가야 되나? 이번엔 빨간색 가야 되나? 어디 가야 되지? 그렇지, 계단 아래였는데. 뭐야, 이거 상관이 없네.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment.
현재
Nothing
있다.
left to do but move onward into
추억의
the
장소니까.
future. Goodbye, memory zone.
핑크 먹으면 안 됐던 거 아니야?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
반대로 가자고? 왜? 피규어를 계속.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this.
뭐 하는 거야 이거?
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and
똑같은 걸
clear
모아.
in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
아니 그만! 오케이 빠르다 빨라.
Yes, I love that video.
아니 핑크방은 아니잖아. 핑크방 계단 아래인데 왜 핑크방이야? 내 기억이
Still don't
잘못됐어.
remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this
이게
one.
아닌데.
Good room, though. A solid room.
또 어쩔 수 없이 먹어야 되나? 계단 아래가 안 나오는데.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
그 다음에
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
과거는 멋지다. 마지막에 여기
This is it. The very first
제일
one we
먼저
found
찾았던 거.
in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else
그만해.
is there? What came before this?
그만해 이제. 응? 왜 여기로 왔어? 새로운 요소.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
점프.
In fact, I dare say I'm
양동이.
actually quite fond of it now. Look
피규어.
how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
다시 원래 집으로 돌아왔다.
And before everything else, there was
사무실.
your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
양동이.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. I can remember.
양동이.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
그 전까지
And then
알려주나?
somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy.
사람들은
And I
다 어디
came
간
up with,
거?
well, came up with a character named Stanley to do
Huh?
my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
너무 지겹고
And
생각하기가
Stanley really
지겨워서
did make for a wonderful
스탠리라는 사람을
companion,
만들어내서
even if he
계속
was a
따랐다고?
fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun.
스탠은
to
없이
play
살아가겠다고.
with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
어? 뭐야? 약간 진엔딩 같았다 방금. 또 하는 거야
All
근데?
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
그러니까 사실 이거를
Stanley decided to go to
스탠리라는
the
이
meeting
말하는
room.
애는
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
이 친구가 스탠리가 만들어낸 그 내레이션이라는 거지. 생각하기 귀찮아서 그냥 따르기를 한 거고. 1편 진엔딩이 뭐였지? 1편 진엔딩이랑 연결된다고? 아 그래? 이거 마지막으로 하라는데 그럼 마지막을 뭘 해야 되는 거야? 마지막으로 한 번 더 자기 삶을 돌아본다는데 추억의 장소로 가야 되는 거야? 뭐야? 어떻게 해야 되는 거야? 메뉴 가면 에필로그가 생겼다고? 그래? 나 아직도 2인데? 어디 생김? 잠깐만 이거 다시 누르면 되지 근데.
This is the story of a man named.
게임 5번 껐다 키면 나온다고 에필로그가? 아 그래요? 진짜야? 꺼야 돼 아예? 진짜임? 잠깐만 껐다 켜볼게 그러면. 히든 커맨드? 스탠리를 또 속았다고? 일단 말하는 걸로 봐서는 본인이 만들어낸 상상이 결국엔 상상의 결과인가? 단순하게 해서? 응? 껐다 키니까 아예 시간 입력하라고 나오는데요? 1시 19분. 왜 이거 나오는 거지 또? 잠깐만요. 뭐야? 시작하기 전에 한마디 해도 될까요? 게임을 실행한 2번 모두 실제 시각을 맞춰주셔서 감사합니다. 많은 사람들이 그 절차를 심각하게 받아들이지 않거든요. 그냥 12시로 시간을 막 쳐놓고 떠나버립니다. 하지만 당신이 실제로 시간을 내서 시간을 맞추는군요. 정말 감사합니다. 이로써 당신이 이 경험에 신경 쓰고 있다는 것을 알았습니다. 관심이 있다는 것도 말이죠. 전 당신이 설정할 시간이 맞는지조차 알 길이 없지만요. 있잖아요. 보답 하나 하죠. 협조를 잘해주었으니 다음번에 게임을 실행하고 이함을 볼 때는 시계를 당신이 가장 좋아하는 시간으로 설정하세요. 마음대로 하세요. 원하는 시간을 고르세요. 정확한 시간이 아니더라도요. 당신은 충분한 자격이 있어요. 아 그게 보상이야? 마음대로 할 수 있는 게? 그랬구나. 뭐야?
This is the story of a man named.
이거 진짜 5번 껐다 키면 되는 거야? 웰컴 백. 껐다 키니까 저 웰컴 백이라는 업적이 떴어요. 나무 입구 피셜? 그래. 잠깐만. 껐다 켜볼게. 못 참으니까. 이제 나 보상이 있어가지고 마음대로 시간, 마음대로 좋아하는 시간 할 수 있습니다. (1시 21분) 당신이 하루 중 가장 좋아하는 시간이죠. 기억하고 있네? 그게 아니고 지금 시간인데. 자기도 모르게 시간을 다시 정확하게 맞추신 건가요? 야 알았어 넘어가겠다. 알았어. 아이고, 기빨린다. 아, 그래. 좋아하는 시간이야. 그래, 좋아하는 시간. 뭐 당신이 시간 정확히 맞추는 거 얼마나 좋아하는지 알게 됐어. 아, 그래. 그렇다 쳐. 아니, 나는 그냥 에필로그 보려고 한 건데. 그럼 이제 저는 1시 21분 이게 얼마나 정확한지 궁금해. 또 다른 슬레이드를 이용해서 알아봅시다. 아, 하지마. 얼마나 정확하냐고? 매우 정확했어. 매우 정확하고. 시간의 정확성과는 상관없이 저는 이 설정을 조정하는데 아주 좋은 시간을 보내고 있답니다. 침착맨이야. 이 침착맨 이 느낌이야. 침착맨한테 뭐가 잘못 걸려들면 약간 이런 식으로 계속 파고들어. 그래서 대충 넘길 수가 없어. 약간 베드로라지 친구들이 다 이래. 베드로라지 가면 다 이래. 병건이부터 시작해서 뭔가 그냥 계속 시작이야, 시작. 더 많이 알게 된 것 같아. 데이터를 수집하길 좋았다. 슬라이더 더 있었으면 좋겠어. 새로운 데이터를 수집할 수도 있겠다. 몇 개 새로 만들어 볼게. 아, 그만해. 아, 다음 게임 실행할 때, 아, 그러면 또 뭐 있나봐. 시작할 때마다 뭔가 새로운 게 있네. 그래도 대단하다. 대단해. 끄고. 그럼 뭐가 나올까? 아, 근데 열받는 게 궁금해. 궁금해. 이번에 슬라이더 많이 준비했다는데 시간을 좀 제대로 맞춰가지고. 내절인데 궁금한데. 뭐야 저거. 컴퓨터가 보이지 않을 때까지 밝지 않냐? 개가 고양이가 친구가 될 수 있게 슬라이더를 조절해라. 아, 몇 가지 슬라이더 준비했다는 게가 5가 9가 될 때까지 조절해라고. 뭔 소리야 이거. 뭐야 9 이게 9인데 9 슬라이더 조정을 중지할 때까지 슬라이더 조정을 조정해라. 뭔 소리야 이게. 뭔 소리야. 아래에 두 단어 중 마음에 드는 단어. 뿌슝빠슝 띠용뼈. 뿌슝빠슝이야. 몇 개 준비한 게 아닌데 되게 많이 준비했는데. 슬라이더를 조정하지 마세요. 오케이, 조정하지 말고. 지금 몇 시인지 아냐고? 네. 심리 테스트 하는 것도 아니고. 지금 당신이 생각한 시간이 정확한 시간이냐고? 1시 24분 보고 있어. 애초에 시간이란 건 뭐냐고? 아니요, 그래, 아니요, 몰라. 정확하지 않아. 됐어? 당신이 저에게 말하지 않는 게 있나요? 아니요, 없어. 다 말했어. 도와줘요. 뭘 도와줘? 네, 도와줄게. 절 보러 다시 와줄 거죠? 아, 그래, 다시 킬게. 됐나 이제? 씨, 무슨 게임이 다 있어 이거. 자, 다시 한번 껐다 켜볼게. 뭐야? 독하다, 독해. 4번인가 5번 끄면 뭐 에필로그 생긴다는데. 근데 이 게임이 다른 게임에 영향을 되게 많이 줬어. 누구든 정말로 정확히 알고 있긴 하나요. 이런 류의 게임들이 한동안 몇 개 나왔었거든. 이거 한번 흥하고 나서. 저와 당신 또한 서로에 대해 모르죠. 그저 남과 같아요. 물론 정확한 사양에 맞춰 게임 설정을 모두 조정했는데 누가 안 했겠어요. 그게 제가 하는 일입니다. 본업이나 다름없죠. 그리고 이제 일은 끝났습니다. 더는 제가 수집할 정보가 없습니다. 당신에 관한 모든 자료를 가능한 전부 수집했어요. 그리고 전 아직도 당신을 잘 모릅니다. 당신 또한 저에 대해 모르고 있고요. 그리고 우리 둘 다 지금 몇 시인지 모릅니다. 어떤 설정들은 그냥 관리가 불가한 것 같아요. 하지만 솔직히 말하자면 시계는 게임에서 그 어떤 역할도 하지 않습니다. 다음번에 게임 시작할 때는 저는 여기 없을 거예요. 하지만 괜찮습니다. 비디오 게임은 원래 혼자 하는 거니까요. 당신 혼자 있는 것을 좋아하잖아요. 안 그런가요? 그게 제가 당신에 대해 정말 알게 된 유일한 정보일지도 모르겠습니다. 누구 마음대로 나 여러 사람이랑 있는 게 좋아해. 아니야. 가야 할 시간이에요. 조정이나 설정이 하나 더 남았지만 준비되기까지는 시간이 좀 걸릴 수 있습니다. 하나 더 있다고? 절 찾을 수 있다면 다시 볼 수 있을 겁니다. 나중에 다시 얘기하자. 쟤 누군데 근데? 에필로그 진짜 생겼어. 누구야? 누가 아까 진짜 4번인가 5번 시작하면 생긴다 했거든? 진짜로 생기네요. 숨겨진 요소가 얼마나 많은 거야. 에필로그 한번 눌러볼게. 킹무이키에 엔딩 좀 나와있나? 수많은 해가 지나고 거기잖아. 사막. 시간 스킵 버튼 계속 눌러서 갔던 사막인데 왜 에필로그 여기? 망해버렸네. 어디로 가는 거지? 모닥불 피고 있어. 모닥불. 밤에는 또 춥거든 이런 데가. 사막이 엄청 춥다고 들었어. 분위기 좋네. 분위기 갑자기 아우터 와일드. 불멍. 그러게 양동이 있으면 좋을 텐데. 우리 동이군 있으면 좋을 텐데. 망해버렸냐고. 의자인가 저거? 밤 됐다가 다시 이제 일출이 떠오릅니다. 새로운 하루가 시작됐어요, 여러분들. 그 스킵. 여기 추억의 장소 그건 것 같은데? 부서져 버렸네. 사막에 묻혀버렸네. 추억의 장소. 왜 이렇게 돼버린 거지? 뭐지? 블로그, 쿠키 구여 블로그, 리뷰. 다른 속편들과 마찬가지로 나는 원작 스탠리 패러블을 즐겼지만 이건 내가 속편이 얼마나 실망했는지를 보여준다. 독창적이고 주목받던 전작과 달리 스탠리 패러블 2는 지루하고 영감 또한 없음 팽창을 묘욕했다. 첫 번째, 게임에 즐거웠던 부분을 늘리기보다는 속편은 아무도 관심 두지 않았던 구역으로 넘어간다. 무한히 깊은 구멍? 누가 신경 쓴다고. 새로운 엔딩들은 어디 있는가. 스탠리 패러블 1의 어드벤처 라인 같은 재미있는 요소는? 우리는 영감도 없는 피규어를 모으는 사이드 퀘스트를 받는다. 심지어 이런 2편의 전환점조차 불완전하게 느껴진다. 모든 피규어를 모아도 아무것도 안 준다. 그래도 한마디 하자면 나는 나 자신이 양동기에서 꽤나 안정감을 얻는다는 걸 알게 됐다. 이는 앞으로 스탠리 패러블의 속편 제작이 취소되었다는 소식이 어쩌저쩌고. 댓글. 이름 버튼이다. 진. 스탠리 패러블 개발자들 스핀오프도 없고 속편도 없다. 새 소식을 위해 진짜 웹. 침입적인 비판과 상업적 이윤. 이래서 출시가 안되고 디럭스로? 뭐야, 저 피규어들인가? 아직도 이만큼 모아져 있네. 수집요소 좋아하시는 분들이라면 거품 물겠는데? 몇 개나 남았는지 모르잖아 저거. 또 오셨군요. 그 녀석이다. 다시 만나 반갑습니다. 하지만 저는 더 스탠리 패러블이란 게임이 없으리라는 것을 알게 된 건 끔찍하군요. 개발자들이 뭐라고 했는지 읽어보셨죠? 프랜차이즈의 완전성 유지. 말도 안 됩니다. 스탠리 패러블은 신청하지도 않고 보호할 필요도 없습니다. 유사는 엿이나 먹으라지. 태양이 폭발할 때까지 더 스탠리 패러블 게임을 계속 만들어 나가 봅시다. 이 프랜차이즈를 철저히 운영해 보자고요. 사람들 싫어하면 어쩔 거냐고요? 알게 뭡니까? 아다시피 그건 내레이터의 문제였습니다. 그는 사람들이 그의 작품 어떻게 생각하느냐 너무 집착했죠. 불타게 내버려 두세요. 어렵지 않습니다. 사실 제가 보여드리죠. 우리는 함께 더 스탠리 패러블 3를 만들어 나갈 것입니다. 간단해요. 게임 타이틀 화면에서 숫자를 바꾸기만 하면 됩니다. 또한 이 게임을 위해 크고 화려하지만 정말로 멍청해 보이는 부제목이 필요하다. 우리 게임에 새로운 제목을 만들기 위해 임의의 단어를 조합해봐라. 스탠리 패러블 3. 지금 이게 울트라디럭스니까 이건 2도 아니거든 사실. 멋있는 걸로. 최후의 챔피언. 더 스탠리 패러블 3 최후의 챔피언. 악어 사랑. 우스꽝스럽군요. 마음에 듭니다. 이래야 좀 마지막 같지. 게임을 다시 시작할 때마다 속편의 수를 하나씩 추가한 다음에 새로운 부제를 골라내겠습니다. 그렇게 된다면 더 스탠리 패러블은 영원히 끝나지 않겠죠. 아, 게임을 껐다 키면 계속 3탄, 4탄, 5탄 되는 거야? 하지만 계속 하더라도 게임 자체는 변하지 않을 것이야. 더 많은 콘텐츠를 추가하는 것은 마치 작업처럼 느껴진다. 그럴 필요는 없다. 똑같은 내용이고 계속해서 재활용되면 새로운 메인 화면이 나올 것이다. 어떻게 생각하나요? 추진해야 될까요? 저야 좋지만 당신에도 발언권이 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 그래 다 해버려. 새로운 속편 계속 제작해. 이름만 바꾸더라도. 어디냐. 보답을 또 해주고 싶다고. 고장난 고도전 가게를 줄 방법을 모르게 됐다. 제가 고쳐놓겠습니다. 도전과제 기기가 수리됐다고? 주나요 이제? 우리는 이 배를 계속 유지해야 됩니다. 스탠리 패러블은 절대 끝날 수 없습니다. 계속 굴레를 반복해야 된다. 저는 계속 방향타를 돌려내야 합니다. 준비됐습니까? 이제 해야 할 일이 딱 한 가지 남았습니다. 현재 시간 입력하라고. 항상 그래왔듯이 나는 정확한 시간을 입력하겠다. 34분. 컴퓨터 안 보일 때까지. 감사합니다. 재미있게 즐겨주세요. 더 스탠리 패러블 3 최후의 챔피언. 자동작 뭐야? 껐다 키면은 4탄 되는 건가요? 시작한 뭐 다른가 한번 볼게. 시작한 뭐 다른가? 게임 내용은 똑같다고 그랬는데 똑같잖아. 씨. 해봐. 계속 해봐. 씨. 어디까지 바뀌나 보자. 해봐. 아! 진짜네. 자, 4탄 스탠리 패러블 4탄 스탠리 대 챔피언. 네, 3탄이 챔피언 최후의 챔피언에 대한 내용이었으니까 4탄은 스탠리 대 챔피언에 대한 얘기로 가도록 하겠습니다. 구워진 아기는 뭐야? 이 뭐야 이거. 에필로그도 다른가? 응? 카페에 뭐가 올라왔다고? 뭐가 등재돼 있다고? 뭔 소리야 그게. 스탠리 패러블 2 비공식 사이트에 김영태 등재? 이게 뭐야? 김영태라는 이름의 이 사람이 이 시점에서 8년 전 이전작 스탠리 패러블에 대한 안 좋은 추억을 떠올려 버렸습니다. 뭐야 이거. 응? 아까 거기 그게 아니야? 그거 QR코드로 들어가는 방문객 라이브? 이게 뭐야 이거? 실시간 업데이트 돼? 보고 계시는 거예요? 방제당했어 씨. 에필로 누르면 다른가? 볼게요. 4탄까지 왔으니까. 똑같네 이건. 그러면 그냥 저거 시리즈만 계속 바뀌는 거임? 뭐야 똑같잖아. 나가보자. 점점 정신이 이상해지는 것 같은데. 8편까지가 뭐 있다고? 아 그래? 오케이 가보자. 제목 은근히 신경쓰게 되네. 5탄 최후의 챔피언 스탠리 대 챔피언까지 했지. 뭘로 할까? 만료된 아기 5탄 스탠리 패러블 5 만료된 아기. 뭐야 아기는 안 나오나? 꺼버리고 다시 고르는 거에 따라서 이게 화면이 다른 걸까? 아 아기가 만료돼서 컸다고? 그러네. 널밖에 다 말이 돼. 애가 만료됐으니까 어른이지 이제. 6탄 절대로 끝이 존재하지 않는 남자친구? 뭐예요? 원숭이? 정신지배장치. 왜 이렇게 길어? 남자친구로 하겠습니다. 절대로 끝이 존재하지 않는 남자친구. 뭐야 똑같잖아. 6탄 뭐야 이거? 숫자 폰트가 붙었네. 자, 8탄까지 가면 뭐 있다니까 한번 가볼게요. 7탄 가보겠습니다. (4분의 1의) 아이스크림 7탄. 아 아이스크림 먹고 싶다. 뭐야 아이스크림 좋아하게 생겼나? 자 8탄까지 가면 뭐 있다고 그랬어요. 더 스탠리 패러블 8탄 파트 5. 8탄인데 또 파트 5는 또 뭐야? 파트 5 화학물질. 8탄인데 파트 5 뭐야 이씨. 뭐야. 여기서 게임 시작 한번 눌러보라고? 아 그럴까요? 진짜 뭐 생겼네? 와 이거 뭐 여기가 있어. 8.
Hold on. What's this?
8. 8. 8.
The Stanley Parable 8? No, this doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8. Where did the Stanley Parable go?
8. 8.
뭐야?
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
8번 눌러야 되는 거 아닐까?
8. 8.
이게 뭐야? 패드가 있네. 게임 패드.
8. 8. 8. 8.
안 바뀌는데? 나가는 거 다쳐서 안 될까? 뭐야 갇혔어.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control
게임이
facility
사라졌다고?
or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
그러게. 이 말이 맞는 걸지도. 뭔가 이상한 것들에 집착하고 있으니까 더 재밌어졌어.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
뭐 없네 이제. 뭐 없는 건 끝난 건가?
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
끝난 건가? 나가면 되나?
8.
뭐 번역 사이트 또 떴어 뭐? 뭐가 떴는데? 드디어 이것을 보셨군요. 이제 다시 엑스포로 방문해 보시면 어떨까요? 어? 엑스포? 아까 거기 가라는 건가? 훈수를 실시간 훈수를 하시네.
8.
엑스포?
8.
Well, I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
8.
계속 즐기라고. 아니 뭐가 있어야 즐기지.
8.
꺼버려도 되죠? 끝난 거죠? 아니 뭐가 있을 것 같아서. 뭐 있나?
8. 8.
9탄 눌러보자. 안 눌러야 되는 거 아니냐고? 가만히 있어야 뭐 되나? 기다려봐야 되나? 팔탄. 참 대단하긴 하다. 2탄도 아니고 이게 뭔가 확장팩 느낌인데 되게 처음에 어떻게 보면 그냥 내절에 그냥 헛소리에다가 무슨 말장난 쳐놓은 것 같지만 그에 상응하게 뭔가 다 준비를 해놨기 때문에 그에 맞춰서 변하고 게임도 어떤 사람들은 딱 보면은 아이 뭐야 그냥 말로만 해놓은 그냥 날먹 게임이잖아 이렇게 생각할 수 있는데 그게 아니야. 사실상 옛날에 나온 뭔가 새로운 패러다임을 제시한 그런 게임이랄까. 하지만 열이 받지? 독특해. 독특해. 고도의 내절? 내절을 고급스럽게? 고급스러운 내절? 가스라이팅 당했나? 이런 거 보면은 솔직히 뭐 이게 되게 예술성이 있는지 어쩐지 여러분들 뭐 사람마다 다르겠지만 게임도 뭔가 그냥 단순히 그냥 즐기는 거를 떠나서 뭔가 좀 다른 것도 있지 않나. 뭐 예술이라고 하는 뭐 그런 느낌? 중간중간 계속 철학적인 뭐 그런 거를 섞어긴 했는데 엑스포에 한번 가볼까요? 내가 일단 나가자 그러면 다시 시작하기 눌러서. 아니 근데 못 가는데? 여기 이게 안 넘어가서? 껐다 켜야 될 것 같아. 갇혔어 씨. 9탄 가야 될 것 같아. 9탄 가고 엑스포 가려면 어떻게 가야 되지? 그거 거기 있던데? 구탄 진짜 계속 바뀌네. 스탠리의 작은 고향 행성. 뭐야 이씨. 저씨.
This is the
엑스포가 그 2탄 컨텐츠 모아놓은 그 박물관 같은데 거기 얘기하는 거예요? 거기를 가려면 어떻게 가더라?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
못 가지 않아?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
못 가나? 뉴 컨텐츠문?
good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket.
여기
A
아니야?
bucket
근데
of
네온 사인이
culture
없네.
and distinction. Oh, new content? What does that mean? New content.
그런가? 그냥 홈페이지 오라는 건가? 양동 있는 채로 처음에.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable
똑같네,
was a
이거.
video game released in 2013 on home computers.
근데 돈 많이 벌었나?
After
많이
receiving
팔리긴
critical and
팔렸을걸?
commercial success, it
100만
was
넘지 않았나,
expanded
이거?
upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content.
아니 근데
that
한글화
broadens and
퀄리티가
expands
미쳤어.
the world of
이거
the
뭐
Stanley Parable, delighting
공식
audiences
예정인
the
건가?
world over.
아니 무슨 영상 속에 그런 것도 영상을 아예 그냥 새로 찍은 것
Step inside
같은데?
and see what thrilling new adventures
어떻게
await
그렇게
in
하셨지?
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
정말 감사합니다. 이거 그냥 그대로 공식 채택해도 상관이 없을
I'm very
정도야.
excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized that bucket you're
공식
holding.
텐데?
It's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
뭐 좀 다른 것 같은데?
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel?
봤어요.
I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
타임 패러독스? 아니 근데 왜 원은 계속 0이냐고.
Alright, let's see it.
처음 게 아니잖아.
The jump
내가 아까 다
circle?
썼거든. 없잖아 0. 20 몇 개 있던 걸 썼는데. 리셋을 왜 한 번도 안 해주냐? 점프하고 싶다 너무. 점프 층이 없고.
The infinite hole, the giant door.
다
Did you see them
봤습니다.
already?
다 스킵해봐.
Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still
나
developing
지금
them.
9탄
They're
중이야.
not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they
근데
exciting?
대사량이 얼마나
Did they
될까?
fulfill on the promise of everything?
대사가
that a
조금씩
sequel
다
to
달라가지고
Stanley
이거 뭐
Parable could possibly
더빙을
be?
얼마나
Have
했을까?
I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
엄청 했을 것 같은데.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I
아니
promised.
이거 안 들면은 뭔가 새로운 게 안
I
나오는데.
made a sequel to the Stanley Parable. Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new
어이가
content.
없네.
Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable.
양동이 스탠리 패러블
I
설.
win.
그래
I win.
알았어. 네가
I win.
이겼어.
I win. I win. I win. I win.
아 진짜
I win.
킹밖에 안 해.
I win.
잘했어. 오케이 여기까지 하겠습니다. 여기까지 하고요. 뭔가 숨겨진 요소나 새로운 요소들 엄청 많을 것 같은데 여러분들의 몫으로 남겨두는 걸로 하고요. 엑스포 가보자고? 아니 안 나오는 거 어떡해. 엑스포 가면 뭐 있어 그리고?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
아
had
이거
simply missed
여기
a memo.
이거 엑스포로 방문해 보시는 게 어떨까요? 이거 진짜 가라는 얘기야? 가라는 얘기인가? 이거 사진이 계속 바뀌는데? 계세요? 아 가라는 거예요? 아니 뭐예요 그냥 인사말 같은 거야? 가라는 거야 뭐야? 가라는 거야? 가자. 야 근데 어떻게 가? 이렇게 가면 계속 가죠? 아 이거 박람회장 됐다. 이제 나오나? 아니 아까 전에 이렇게 했는데 안 되더라고. 양동이 빼고 가야 되나? 가서 똑같으면은 바로 꺼버리자. 아니야, 이번엔 박물관 나올걸. 아까 전에 층층 그 다음에 박물관이었던 것 같아. 내 옛날에 얼마 안 된 기억으로는.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
왔다. 다시 왔어.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement.
양동 있는데 양동이 또 있으면 어떻게 되는 거야?
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
시간이 어그러져 버리는 거 아니야?
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the...
나 양동이부터 봐봐. 양동이 있는데 양동이 두 개인가 그러면? 도전과제 기계도 고쳤나? 나 양동이 있어. 또 나오네? 어떻게 된 거지?
Wait, there are two buckets here. How did you get a second bucket?
나 했다니까요?
No. The warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With two buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Stanley! Oh, thank God. I didn't lose you.
둘 다 터져버렸어.
Stanley, the power of two buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day
너무 위험하니까.
you can forgive me.
뭐야, 그럼 나 심리적 안정을 주는 안동기 못 쓰는 거야? 그 좀 그런데. 동이야. 다음 판에 주겠지 또. 도전과제 그때 고쳤다고 그랬는데 이게 고쳐졌나 볼까? 도전과제 건물이 어디였더라? 이거는 어차피 안 될 거 아니야, 이름 말하는 거. 점프. 저기 있다, 도전과제. 되려나?
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever and when you do it, the achievement, as you can see, the machine is not working yet.
이제 떴다. 이거 다 또 와야 되네. 도전까지 하고 싶은 사람 오면 또 와야 되네.
Where did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
당황했어.
Is someone here?
바뀌었네.
Are we being watched? Oh God. Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
바뀐 거 아니야, 이름도? 아니 근데 이름을 정한 적이 없어서 바뀔 수가 없지 않나? 구멍도 가봐. 다 가봐. 이래서 가보랬구나. 많이
What
바뀌었어.
else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
이름. 야 근데 왜 점프는 리필을 안 해주냐고. 점프는 아무리 해도 리필을 안 해주냐고. 처음에 오자마자 한 번에 다 썼더니 한 번을 리필을 안 해주네. 절대 안 줘.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise
처음에
you'll
김인 줄
love
알았어.
it. Okay,
어떻게 알았지
here we go.
그랬는데
Let's
김이
take a
아니었어.
deep breath,
Jim.
clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory.
시끄러.
If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a
좀
popcorn
다른데?
and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button.
Okay.
Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
화내니까 기분 좋구만. 뭐가 또 바뀌었을까? 뭐가
Maybe
바뀌었을까?
I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've
구멍이나
created
갈까요?
here.
그래, 구멍 가자. 구멍에서 종료하자. 구멍이 어디였더라 근데? 여긴가? 무한대 구멍 있잖아.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
설정방이 아까 닫혀
This is in
있었다고.
fact a
그런가?
hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite
다시금
falling.
열려 있을려나?
You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
그럴까요? 가도 되나? 지금 이거 내렸는데 설정방이 그때 됐더라. 설정하기 챔피언 샤빵 어디였지? M방 옆에 계단인가요? 계단이면 여기? 여기 그래 맞아. 아 여긴 또 안 열려있네. 여긴 안 열려있네요. 다 본 것 같은데 그러면? 구멍에서 마무리하면 되나? 피규어? 그러게 피규어를 한 번에 다 모았었는데 지금 다시 가면은 뭐가 다른 게 있을라나? 당신 이곳에 온 적이 있습니다. 고장났네요. 내 지금 20 몇 개 모아져 있잖아. 망가져 버렸다. 그동안 왜 모은 거냐고? 그러게 덧없음을 표현한 게 아닐까? 구멍이나 들어가자. 야 구멍도 맛이 갔는데? 아니구나. 슛.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue on. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever.
양동이?
There really are so
그래, 양동이랑 같이 떨어졌으면 어땠을지 궁금하네. 양동이 터져버려가지고 근데.
I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough.
이건 똑같은 것 같아. 바뀐 거 없는 것 같아. 그렇죠?
Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
여기서 그 카메라 각도 바꾸기 뭐 이런 걸로 해서 자체 엔딩 내면 될 것 같습니다. 그쵸? 대사 다르다고? 똑같지 않아?
If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to... Oh, for heaven! You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come
로마
join
숫자는
me up above.
숫자 일시정지부터는 로마 숫자다. 로마 숫자로 2다.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep.
연령이 좀 높으신가 봐요. 이거 아까 전에 이거였나? 이 노래 이거 알려면 30대 중반 이상 아닌가? 1가 2분의 1, 투투에 여러분이 계신 걸로 알고 있는데 동년배인데?
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just
봐봐, 내려가고 있어. 봐봐, 내려가고 있지. 내 처음에 이상했다니까. 내려가고 있다니까. 지금 잠깐 내려갔었어. 지금도 안 내려가는데.
Is the teleport button not working?
여기 점프 있으면 다시 나갈 수 있을지 그게 궁금해요. 왜냐면 동그란 원으로 돼 있잖아. 됐겠지? 이 게임이라면 됐을 수도 있어.
Still nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this.
저 점프는 어떻게 해도 리필이 안 되네요.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
자, 어떻게 이거 아까 변신했는데 다 못 보고 돌아와가지고 이번에 변신 버튼 열라 빨리 눌러볼게. 열라 빨리. 내려갔다. 얼른 강아지 보여달라고. 참 대단한 게임인 것 같습니다. 요즘에야 좀 이런 게임도 몇 개 있어가지고 좀 흔해 보이는데 이때 당시에는 뭐 이딴 게임이 다 있지 그랬거든. 9년 전 이걸 이런 게임이 다 있네 그랬었는데 지금 다시 해도 잘 만들었네. 약간 내저 이런 거 좀 짜증날 수 있는데 누군가 나한테 계속 말한다는 것 자체가 짜증날 수 있는데 지금조차도 아직도 특이해. 이거 봐, 이거 새로운 요소 아니야? 그쵸? 이거 새로운 요소죠. 여기까지는 그래도 그나마 좀 웃겼는데 잘 봐. 여기서 노래가 추가. 노래 뭐뭐 있나 보다. 걔도 바꾸고. 이게 배경은 잘 나오겠다. 막는 거 이씨. 배경은 이제 그대로네. 돌아왔다. 다 봤다.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
아씨.
Oh good, you're awake. It seems
하고 있는데 이거 또 불러.
drifting away into dreamland. But we can't.
누를 때마다 바뀌어서 노래에 맞춰서 바꿀 수 있을 것 같은데. 디스코처럼.
That I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really truly.
자 일단 여기까지 하겠습니다. 여기까지 다 본 거라서 네, 스탠리 패러블이었습니다. 스탠리 패러블 저 9탄 중이고요. 다음에 시간 좀 되면 10탄, 11탄, 12탄, 13탄도 할 수 있으면 하는 걸로 하고 여러분들도 한번 해보세요. 지금 일단은 한글 패치가 너무 잘 나와가지고 온전하게 즐길 수 있습니다. 네, 온전하게 즐길 수 있고요. 매일 신작 발표 9탄까지 나왔고요. 네, 2편부터 9편까지 한 번에 깼다고? 내 게임 역사상 이렇게 빠르게 게임을 깨본 적이 없는데 이 여러가지 시리즈를 오늘 울트라 디럭스 거의 확장팩에서 9탄 2탄부터 9탄까지 다 깨버렸다. 네, 스피드런 했다. 나 대회 나가야 되는 거 아니야? 그 외국 그 무슨 스피드런 대회? 사실상 1편부터 했지 그치? 다 까먹어가지고 새로 해가지고 1편부터 했잖아. 기억도 안 나네 1편으로. 10탄 껐다 키면 무료 업데이트 해준다고? 좀 뭔 소리야 진짜야? 10탄 껐다 키면? 재밌게 하고 계시네 인편이. 진짜야? 이건 뭐야? (24시간) 감시 중이야. 진짜인지 궁금하다. 무료 업데이트가 있다고? 설마 그렇게까지 이 게임에서 10탄까지 내절로 만든 사람들에 한해서 게임이 그 사람한테만 업데이트가 된다? 말도 안 되지. 스탠리의 큰 신용품 저장소 10탄. 일단 10탄 만들었고요. 꺼볼게요. 나 이거 없잖아. 나와. 그럴 리가 없지. 하하, 저 친구 때문에 내가 10탄 11탄을 두 개를 동시에 플레이 해버렸구만. 응? 치명적인 문어 11탄. 저 몇 탄까지 되는 걸까? 재밌었습니다. 스탠리 패러블 한글 패치가 나왔네요. 아무튼 재밌었습니다. 오늘 한글 패치가 나왔더라고요. 한글 패치 사이트는 여기 그냥 여기에 연결돼 있어요. 여기에 이거를 그냥 클릭하면은 나온다. 여기 가셔서 받으시면 된다. 팀 임시에서 만들었고요. 아니 인게임을 넘어서 지금 여기 보시면은 추가 사이트 있어요. QR 코드로 보는 QR 사이트까지 한글화를 해놨기 때문에 대박입니다. 예, 진짜 이 정도 퀄리티는 본 적이 없어요. 정말 대단한 것 같고요. 이렇게 그래픽 작업도 많이 해주셨나봐. 재밌게 했습니다. 네, 고맙습니다.